Ho. Hmm. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. This is your host, Zipsaw, with Zipsaw's Art. That's right. We're gonna be doing artwork until it's finished. I don't want to keep the goblin chick in the sauce anymore. This artwork needs to get done. I got my morning coffee. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Excuse me while I clear my throat. Yeah, that's better. Yes. Let's see here. But yep, we're done. I'm done. This artwork has been going on for so long, and it needs resolution. So I am going to be streaming all day today. So you might see me get up for breaks. Might use the restroom at some point in time. Yes. And ultimately, the goal is to get this thing finished. So, yeah. Stick around and find out. All right, let's open up this. Really, I mean, we don't have much more to go. It's just the fact that coloring takes so much time. I had to reload this a few times. I don't care what you have to say, Clip Art Studio. Has anyone else ever noticed, like, you have to reload things multiple times in order for, like, something to connect to the internet? Like, with my OBS, I'll be attempting to just load up OBS and it says, oh, can't connect to the host, can't connect to the host. And so I exit out and then, get back into the application. And then all of a sudden, oh, it works now. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. I always test my internet speeds too. And I'm always like, my internet speeds are always up at, at the top. Like, I think my download speed is like 300 plus megabytes a second or some shit. But yeah, we need to get this done. We need to get it done. I think she's been hanging out there for too long. I don't even know when I started this art project, but I think it's going pretty good. Like, I mean, I think the bomb is looking great. It's cute. I like the holographic highlighted teeth on the inside. Something different and unique. I think it did pretty good with the spark effect there. And then well, the goblin chick herself. I think she's got good colors, good vibrancy in colors. Her gun is like ridiculous. You got smoke pouring out of the sides of the crack there in the wood. And so yeah, I think we're doing all right. And then we're just now starting on the extras. So I got the burlap sack done. It's got a little bit of texture to it. But yeah, I got and then now we're going to work on the grains, the rat, the box, the dynamite, the wood platform she's on, the casings, and the dead man's leg. Like, it's still a lot to do. Oh, and then the little bomb peeking out from the corner there. Sorry about that. I got morning sniffles. If anybody else experiences morning sniffles, then you understand. You understand. All right. Dang. Dang, boy. Dang. What is this? What is this? I don't know what this is. I'm going to take this off. Well, I guess we can keep it up there now because I'm not fucking with anything up in that area anymore, so we can keep it up there. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck this is. It has to go with the bomb sparks. Ah, see, it's the actual glow itself. Okay, so oh no, this right here, I don't know. It's attached to the burlap sack, whatever the hell it is. Oh, it's the texture. Okay, it's the texture on it. Yeah, the faint little texture to just say that I did something. All right, easy enough. Okay, well, we are getting there. Let's put some tunage on. Get some tense. Stretch it out. And let's get to work. Oh man, I'm telling you, waking up in the morning it's just some shit. And here's the thing, like, I am a morning person too. Like, I love mornings. Mornings are just the greatest, especially going outside and getting some fresh air. Nice, cool morning. I love cool mornings. And it's about that time of year again. Getting them cool mornings. Yeah, let's see here. Let's work on the grain. The grain. And I'm going to try and talk a little bit more during the stream, even though I don't have, like, anybody to talk to. Just to... That way, if you're viewing this on YouTube later, then... You know. It's something that might keep your attention during the stream. So essentially, right now, I'm just going to be picking a color. A darker color. So I'm going to start from a dark to light for grain. And what we're going to do is we're going to outline this whole thing that involves this grain and just start filling in what we need to fill in. Need to be careful around the rat and ensure that we don't go and color anything that's on the rat itself. Put that brush size down a little bit. And the whole reason why I want to go dark first is because I'm just going to work from dark to light. And I'm going to take each individual grain that you see here, and we're going to start essentially highlighting it. And since this is like very minuscule, minute, who cares about our work? Like, it's not going to be super detailed either. This essentially, the whole reason why this exists is it just tells an additional story to the rat. You know, the rat was chewing through the burlap sack and then of course was rudely what's the word I'm looking for? Abruptly, fuck, man. It's still morning, okay? Jesus. What the hell is the word I'm looking for? Jeez, okay, it's interrupted. There we go. Rudely interrupted by our goblin babe. Stomping her foot on the on this box. There we go. So now that we've got that, we're going to start looking at the individual grains, giving them a little bit of a highlight. At least the ones that deserve it, of course. But this will create a sense of individualism. And that, and that in itself, just simply highlighting each individual grain is going to let that all pop out. Now I see where I got essentially lines going through this, so I'm gonna have to go up to my line art into the accessories area, and that's fine. Yeah, so the TNT box, we're gonna have to start erasing some of the stuff. There we go. That's good, that's good. And we do see a little bit of white poking out, so just go ahead and fill that in there. But as you can see, like, even when you zoom out, hello little kitty. Are we making a presence this morning? Having our presence, little kitty. Little kitty. There's a little kitty right there. No, you can't lay down right there. I need this for my art stuffs. I need this for my art stuffs, little kitty. Yes. Yeah, such a good little kitty. Yes, such a good little kitty. Such a good little princess. Yeah. Oh. Let me get your whiskers. Get your whiskers out of that. Come here. Come here. Shish. Cats, man, cats. Whole kitty cats. Okay, so that should fix that. But as you can see, as we zoomed out, you know, the grains already look like they're individual pieces. And of course, we're just going to exude on that. Now this is where we're going to get the pen out and just start doing, again, just individual highlights. And all we're doing right now, again, it's morning. it's morning for me, so I'm sorry that I'm not that talkative. But what we're doing now is we're just blending in a way, but it's actually blurred. But since we're working on such a small scale, all I want to do is just kind of get away from the harshness of that true highlight line that you see here, and just kind of make it a little bit more transitional and not so like metal. Like metal does this. I can give the example. So with this metal plate right here, obviously I kept very harsh, very defining white highlights or lighter highlights around the edges of the metal, because that's typically what you'll find on metal. And it works really well. It gives off the sense that you are looking at a piece of metal. And that's why I do what I do there. Obviously I have my own way of creating like shine marks and stuff when we're dealing with like super shiny metal objects like steel swords, whatever the case may be. But when it comes to grains or food items, that they do have like a glossy texture to them, right? So these grains are obviously going to have like a little bit of gloss. Now when we zoom all the way out like this, right, it's hard to tell what the fuck's going on. But if you were to zoom in, and if any artist or person zooms in on this artwork, they will see that I took the care to get that done. However, this right here, this grain shit that I'm doing right now, I would have to say probably 98% of the people who see this are not going to give two shits about it. And I'm okay with that. I'm just going to create a better gradient, because obviously these grains are fading into the darkness. Give a little bit of depth there. And then we're going to do craziness. That's right, craziness. And then give it some flashing. And that will give it the depth that it's coming out of the sack. Yes, yes. I have not fully, woke up yet either. I literally have been up for like 15 minutes. I was sitting in bed. I was in bed just like, what the hell am I gonna do today? I'm like, I gotta work on the artwork. I gotta do it. But I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna create like an all-day stream. I'm just gonna sit here on this tablet, and we're gonna get this art knocked out. I'm tired of it just sitting on the sidelines and not getting done. So that is the game plan. That is the plan for the day. Hopefully I can realize it. But I think that's pretty good for the grains. Again, we are going to work on the rat next, so if you want to see the rat getting worked on, then obviously stick around. But everything else is coming out great. Now, as far as the rat is concerned, I'm going to have to figure out a color scheme for him. But yeah, I think that'll do it for the grains, though. The grains, I think, again, just basic attention to detail. And as we zoom out on the artwork, right, when we zoom out on all this shit, let's go to like what we would see on like a page or a piece of paper. There's enough there where you can notice the grains. You'll notice them. And that's it. Everything else that I just did with it, though, it means nothing. Because most people, like I said, 98% of the people that are going to view the finished artwork on this are going to completely glaze over the grains that are coming out of the sack. Oh, hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. All right, let's work on the rat. Now, as far as the rat's concerned, I might have to bring up like a picture of a rat just to like see what kind of colors I want to do, because I know that rats can come in all sorts of different colors, but I want pretty traditional. So I just want like the typical brown rat. And it's funny, I always think that rats have a pink tail, and some of them do, but for the most part, they seem to have a fairly brown pink tail. All right. I think I know what to do with this. And their ears are like mostly pink too, because they're very translucent. So I kind of drew a little bit fuzzier ear than what a rat normally would have. But that's fine. Hello, kitty. You're gonna say hi to the stream, kitty. Yes? Say hi to the stream, little kitty. Say, I am the kitty. Look at me. I am the queen of this castle. Max kitty action. I am the queen here. You will notice me. All right. So, I think we're going to work on the rat body first. We're going to have to label these out. So, rat body. It's the body, baby. Yeah. Don't worry. As the morning goes on, I'll get a little bit more vocal, and once I have my morning coffee, we'll be just fine. Oh boy. Who else loves coffee? There's gotta be somebody out there that loves a good old grounds. Let's see. So as far as the pictures that I've seen, essentially, if we're gonna start with a neutral, where we can work either dark to light, light to dark, I think right about here. Now, granted, we can alter the colors however we want. We might go like a little bit more unsaturated. Maybe. Now, of course, this is a background character, right? This isn't like a main focus of the artwork. This is just something fun to put in here. And we can always change the colors too. Absolutely, we can always change the colors. We have the power of art. Change the colors. So after seeing an actual like rat colorization, I'm going to essentially leave the ears alone until I decide what I want to do. All right. And who knows, maybe I will put a pattern on them or something like that. I don't want to pay too much attention to this, but it is significant enough. It's definitely going to warrant me being able to do the thing. So I think I see a mistake. Yeah, a couple of mistakes, because this is not part of the hand. So I need to go back up to the burlap sack and grab this color here. And fill those in. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And so long as you work with a color, you can change everything about your art piece. And so I have no problem like, oh well, after I get this wrap body done, this isn't precisely what I was looking for, that's fine. Like I said, we can change the color. No problem. I tell you, this is my new favorite genre of music. I really like funk. It's unique. It's interesting. I don't know how long funk has been around, but I really like it. It's energetic. It's good stuff. Just noticing another mistake, but we'll fix that here momentarily. And when you're working this small, I mean, don't be too hard on yourself, because I'm telling you, like, you're gonna find mistakes. You're gonna find like, oh shit, I forgot all about this. But again, when you zoom out of something like this, you're not gonna notice it. I mean, like, if I were to zoom out, none of those mistakes that you've seen would probably pop out to you at all. It just happens, okay? It just happens. It just simply happens. Another good thing about mornings is, like, my morning voice is much lower. I think I have a little bit more of a decent radio voice in the morning. Yes, yes, come one, come all. Alright, so the tummy is, of course, going to be a separate color. Probably I guess a brown light gray for the tum-tum. For the tummy. Now, I didn't look. I think rats actually have... Their feet are... Yeah, their feet are different colors. So I need to cut the brown off right about there. And just might as well just color it in. We'll use our lasso tool. If you do not use the lasso tool for your digital artwork, you are missing out. I do plan to make a tutorial. I guess not so much a tutorial, but a learning video on the importance of certain tools in a digital art platform, because absolutely they are paramount to your success as a digital artist. And I think everybody needs to know how to properly use them. It just makes your life so much easier. All right, as far as that's concerned, I'm thinking about the ear, because obviously I might do like a fluffy ear. What I'll do is I'll do like a brown pink for the furry part, and then the inside I'll do just normal, well, an actual like lighter thing. Hey Gabriel, nice drawing. It's your OC. Yes, this is my OC. So this goblin chick, she is completely 100% all mine. And as far as inspiration is concerned, I have a World of Warcraft, Warhammer, anime, of course, and I'm just kind of throwing it all together, I think, as far as like a fantasy type theme. So I've never seen something like this before. I try to do things in a different way than most people do. I know it's hard to be unique in an art space, but here we are. Glad to have you in, by the way. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you. And so as far as you know, the general idea behind all of this is just the haphazard goblin, right? I'm going to be making a video, so once this is done, the whole art piece is... Sorry for the mic bump. Once the whole art piece is finished, I will be making a video and going over everything, where my thoughts were, how I conducted myself, what I did, what I didn't do, why I changed things. That way, it's the value that you'll get out of that video is like understanding the thought process of an artist. And obviously there's a lot of artists out there, and Gabriel, you may be an artist yourself. And so peering into the thought process of an artist, in my opinion, would actually help you possibly think about other things as well. So, and I've already done a video where I went over one of my art projects that I have completed, and I think it was pretty nice. I think that was a decent thing. I don't know how many folks out there actually go over their artwork after it's done. I think they just post it, say something about it via like text message, and then let it roll. So I'm going to try and do something a little different than that. Let's see here. What are we doing down here, little kitty? Don't pull out stuff. I got a cat that's playing with the cords. Playing with cords, little kitty. I will be taking a lot of coffee breaks, by the way. Again, I'm just getting my morning started. I need all the coffee I can get. All right. So rat body's done. And like I said, if I decide that the rat body maybe clashes a little too much with this burlap sack, then I'm going to change the colors, and changing colors is so easy. So that's why I don't even think about how I'm coloring something. Hell, I could do this rat in pink, and I'd still be able to change it if I wanted to. All right, so that's rat body. Let's go move on to well, now I'm thinking about things. Maybe I won't move on just yet. I will finish the rat body. I'll do the shadows. So let's do all the work. Let's just get the work done, and then I will translate the rest of it when I go over the rest of these pieces here, bits and pieces. So we're gonna go down into the right. I know you don't see this. I never have shown this before. Let me put myself right in the middle. All right, so you see the color wheel down here? This is also another lesson I plan to do for coloring. So if you want to learn how to really shade, here's your art lesson for the day, or one of them. I might do a couple art lessons throughout the day. First art lesson on shading. So first thing, of course, I made a base coat, right? We got the base. All right, I want you to pay attention to this color wheel down here in the left-hand corner, okay? You see that? I'm circling it for a reason. Okay, first thing you're gonna want to do, we have a warm side, so the upper hemisphere of the color wheel in Clip Art Studio is warm. The bottom half, the southern hemisphere, is cool. All right, shadows naturally, for the most part, are cool. So when we have a base color, and I like to start in the warmer fields up top here for my base color, we are going to ow! Don't attack! What? I'm being attacked. Kitty attack! Don't you attack me, little girl. Why? Why have you chosen violence this day? Why? I'm sorry. We must take a brief pause for kitty attack. You're being too spunky. Too spunky. Hey, look at this thing. I don't know if you can see it or not. Just a little kitty. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so yes, we're at the base color here. The first, you can do either one. I will slide. So you see where my slider's like tilted off to the side here, right? This is something you need to take into consideration too. So if we start off to the top here, it's a little difficult because now you have a choice. If you're in the almost direct middle, you either can go this way or you can go this way. But so you kind of have to imagine gravity. Yes, imagine gravity. So as the pendulum swings, it's going to go woo and go down to the bottom, or go the other way and go woo, go down to the bottom. All right. But since my pendulum is swinging towards this side, I'm going to start dropping just slightly. You don't have to go too far, just slightly. Start dropping the the slider to the left and go down. Then see this little circle here in the bottom left corner that's in the color itself. I'm going to go down with it a little bit and then go to the right. And what that basically does is you are obviously darkening the color and then you're saturating it further, so you make it more of a louder thing, because shadows are loud. If you look at all the shadows that are dancing on my head, right, they're clearly darker, and they what's the word I'm looking for, they pop. So that's what we want too. And so when we're making our first shadow, if we do something like this, then we notice, let me move myself again. There we go. So as you see here, when you make that shadow actually works really well. And then if we go again, pay attention to this left corner real quick here, go down and then to the right a little bit, take the slider, go down a little bit more, and now you have a darker shadow, and then you continue from there. So the more detailed a shadow is in this, which basically means, man, this is going to be hard to explain. This is actually good practice for me too. Dippy Dangus cat. So, shadows start in stages. Let's get our base color. Slide it down just a little bit. Go down and right just a little bit. This is your overall shadow. This is the largest shadow that you're going to have on your character. And so what you're going to do from here is, obviously I know where my light source is. If we look at everything, my light source is overhead. The light source is overhead. Everything that's going on, it's going straight down. Straight down, straight down. Everything is going straight down. So therefore, to keep the uniformity of light, I need to make sure that the lightest parts of the rat are on the top right here. I'm also in a different spot than normal, so there we go, on the lightest part right there. So the scalp of the head, I'm really not going to touch too much. However, this nose is a spherical object. So if we just, this whole nose section right here is just a, you're shading in the same layer. That is a good tip. Yes. Now, there's a lot to it, right? This is why I'm going to make a whole color video. There are multiple ways to shade. You can shade in the same layer, and lock that layer as you see there. So that way you don't, like, as you see here, if I circle like this, right, and there's a bunch of over, and I hit the shade button, obviously it's not going to escape the lock. But if I unlock it and then hit the fill button, then look at all that overshade, right? That's what happens when you don't lock your layers. So always lock your layers if you're going to be working on the same layer for your shades. So let's go back, relock the layer. The other thing you can do, which is also something I will do on my more important pieces. So since the rat isn't an important piece, on these others over here, I will actually take and make, what's the word I'm looking for? I think, what is it called? Clip layers. I'll make clip layers for the shadows, and I'll show you an example of that real quick. So a clip layer goes like this. So we have the rat body. I'm circling it over here. It says rat body, right? We're going to add a layer. So now we have layer 44 over top of the rat body layer. Now in Clip Art Studio, there's this little like double squares over here. We're going to click that. Now you're going to notice that there is a red line by the layer 44 over top of the rat body. What you are basically doing is you are now only drawing on the rat body layer with a separate layer. So let me show you. Let's boost up the size a little bit here so I can show you. So as you see here, I am only drawing on the rat body. I'm not going into the teeth. I'm not going into the eyeball. I'm only drawing on the rat body itself. And then the best part about it is, if I don't want it there anymore, I can blink it off. I can blink it on. I can move this whole layer around if I want to. It's not going to affect anything on the rat body layer. This is essentially a separate layer all to itself, where you can alter it, do whatever you want with it, move it around, and you know, blur it, blend it, whatever it is that you want to do. And if you want to change it, you can drag the opacity and make it fade from existence. You can let's see here, you can change the entire color of it if you want to, make it like a green color, do whatever, and it's not going to affect the rat body itself. Versus, like we just went over, versus if you work on the rat body itself, and I do the same thing, right? I'm just going to do the same thing where I'm shading this under nose, right? Well, if I move the layer, guess what? I move the whole layer. I am forced to work on everything on that one layer. And so if I blend stuff and blur stuff, of course, I'm affecting everything. Everything gets affected. And if I want to change the color, then all of the color changes. So if you don't want to mess with the main body of your artwork, if you don't want to make mistakes and have to redo things, because again, also, if you erase, see, if I erase everything, right? Well, if we go back to that whole other layer that we just were talking about, so I add a layer, I clip that layer, and then I do all sorts of shading, and let's just say, for instance, just to make things a little quicker, so I shaded all this. Oh, well, I don't want all that shade. I can go back and erase it, and erase the shade that I don't want, and I'm not affecting the layer underneath in it. Knowing how to do that is going to save you so much time and energy, and again, the choice is yours. You can do whatever you want, but separating layers out like that, when it comes to, again, for me, a major character like this is a huge focus character, right? This is a lot of work, and so I am going to do these interlocking layers like this, these clip layers, and do my shading and all my stuff separately. That way I can give focus to all of my shading elements, my highlight elements, my hard lights, my soft glows. All of it is on a separate layer, and I can alter it in any way I want. For small projects and small characters and simplified projects like this rat, I don't care about clipping layers and doing all that work. I'm just going to do everything on one layer, and it's fine because it's not a main focus. It's not my main artwork. And at the same time, if this was my main artwork, I still might just use a single layer to shade on, because it's simple. There's nothing really to it that's like, oh, well, this is a complex character that requires some extra fine tuning. So yeah, hopefully that made some sense and was a good tip for all of you out there. This is unrehearsed, unthought. This is just information popping off the top of my brain. So if you got something out of that, great. I'm glad. If not, I will be making videos of all this stuff. Proper coloring, tool management, layer management, everything. I'm going to do it all for you. And I'm not going to be like the other YouTubers out there that kind of like glaze over the important details of how do you set this shit up. I'm going to actually show you how to set everything up. All my settings, everything's going to be divulged. No hiding behind a mask or anything like that, or try not to give you the best tips and tricks of the art trade. I am a completely transparent person, and so you'll get everything I want to teach. If I know it, however I know it, I'm going to teach it to you. So let's get back here to rat body. We're going to lock the layer so that way, again, we don't draw outside of the rat body. We don't want to do that. And so again, the light source is coming from above. So we're going to just start shading. I think actually, I don't know if I have the, I don't know if I have the right shade color yet. Let's go back to the beginning here. Let's slide myself back down. Get myself back down here, right back to down. There we go. And we're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled program. Yes. And like I said, this first shade that we're putting on is the largest shade. The shade that covers most of everything. There we go. It's definitely gonna be underneath this eyeball. I have to put my brush size down just a scotch. A little bit of shading right there. Yes, yes, yes. Again, this rat is not the main focus either, so in the grand scheme of things, even if it's not shaded correctly or the lighting isn't quite right or whatever, in the grand scheme it doesn't matter, so long as it has good representation and that it's believable. That's all anybody's ever going to care about, is so long as it looks decent. If you look at some major anime, like, just think about, you're really going to have to analyze it. When you start looking at anime character designs and things like that, and you think, oh, this is so beautiful, this is, oh man, it looks so good. But if you dive in deep and start looking at the light and potentially where their light source is from, many and more of the times you are going to notice anomalies where you're like, that actually doesn't make sense. Why would this be lit? Like, this should actually be in the dark. But see, nobody really cares. No one gives a shit. Again, most of the time, people only care about the end product. And so long as the end product looks good, you can get away with a lot of mistakes in art. I think a lot of people chase perfection too much. And what that does is it creates this environment in your head that you start saying to yourself, I'll never get to this level. I'll never be a good artist. Oh man, geez, man, I can't do it. I don't know how these others do it. Again, as an artist or a booming artist or whatever, even a professional artist, start taking a look at professional artwork. In fact, you know what? I will bring, my goodness, this stream is wild. It's crazy. I'm going to bring up a good example. I'm going to show you a really good example. And the reason why I know this example is great to show you in this regard is because I've been studying Zenless Zone Zero from HoYoverse. And so we are going to take this. Now, by the way, disclaimer. What I'm about ready to show you is, of course, official artwork with HoYoverse, Zenless Zone Zero. It is not my artwork. I do not claim it to be my artwork, and I'm not redistributing this artwork for any other purposes other than using it for Creative Commons and educational purposes only. So, we're going to do this. We're going to go File, Open, go to our pictures, Screenshots. This one should be it. Boop. All right. There's Miss Ambi. How you doing, girl? Girl. How you doing? All right. So let's look at the hair first. Okay. Hair-wise, where would you see? I'm gonna use all these examples. By the way, this is gonna be good stuff. You better pay attention. This is good shit. So, if we think about the light source for Ambi, essentially the light source is probably coming in at this angle. We have a lot of undershadow here. And then as far as the shadowing goes itself, I'm going to use a little bit smaller brush size. Let's back up a little bit so that way we get a little bit more detailed. All right, so the shine is on this side because we have a shadow here, which means that the light is beaming down on this particular strand. Okay, I think this is easy to understand. We also have a shadow over here, which means that the light is beaming this way and creating a shade of this strand of hair right here. This is the shadow right there. So I think logically, looking at the shadowing on Ambi's hair, to make it simple, the light is coming from this angle right here. All right, let's look at her face. Face is the same thing. We got a shadow right here, a shadow right there. So if we're working in that direction, which means the light is coming from right here. So far, we are very uniformed. Okay, cool, good stuff. All right, well, let's go to her shoulder. So we're gonna make another arrow of light. So we got an arrow right there. All right, her shoulder, same concept. We have light here, but we run into our first problem. The first problem is, what about this shoulder piece right here? Where is the shadow for it? Because if this shoulder piece and the light is coming from this direction, that means we should have a shadow right about there. But yet it does not exist. And now these are professional artists, right? These are people that, I mean, Ambi, we are not detracting away how awesome character design is for Zenless Zone Zero or Horyuverse in general, like Genshin Impact. Fucking phenomenal characters. We can all agree on this. But I am proving a point that not all artists and major design artists take everything into consideration when they do their light sourcing. To me, this is a simple thing. Like this is a little bit of an error. Now you could argue maybe a point, maybe that shoulder piece is off center, but the way that this is angled, no. This shoulder piece most certainly is over top of her arm. And so there needs to be a shadow here. No excuses. And so when we go over here, well, what's going on over here? So we got this highlight here. Okay. Does this highlight make sense? And I'm talking about this here if you don't see that. Well, we have to think about things, right? So here's her head. If the light's coming from this direction, that means the shadows are going to be going off into this direction. Okay. Cheap viewers, get out of here, you damn robot. Let's see here. So the shadow that she casts is going to be in this direction, which probably would be ending right about here somewhere. Okay. And her chest is actually pumping out this way, so she's like her she's got her chest popped a little bit. So in actuality, we should probably see a little bit more of this arm. However, in the grand scheme of things, it's okay. Now, of course, this shoulder piece right here is correct. This shoulder piece is correct because, again, the light source is supposed to be coming from here, which means the shadow is going off in this direction, which means it does not affect this arm in any way, shape, or form. We will not see a shadow. We won't even see probably a shadow right down here where we have like a typical like really tight cast shadow, right? You could probably put one here just to give some depth, and it'd be just that small. It'd be tiny. It'd be like skirt, just like that. It'd be the smallest little shade line to denote that shoulder piece is coming off of the arm. But because the light source is coming in at that extreme angle like this, you won't necessarily see it because the light is pouring in. It's going into the sleeve. So you probably wouldn't see a shadow there anyways. Let's keep looking. So we have one discrepancy here. Then we have a light source, of course, and so we have this shading here, which isn't too bad. But if the light source is going on top, right? The light source is going on top. There should be a little bit more highlight on this. I mean, this bolt is like facing the light source. So in my personal opinion, we should see we should see a lot more highlight on this bolt. Same here, because now if we look at this bolt, we'll look where the shine mark is. Well, the shine mark isn't really in line with the rest of the lighting sources. And so there should be more highlight. Especially when you have your sleeve, the whole sleeve top is highlighted. So why aren't your bolts being highlighted? I don't understand. It's like you didn't take it into consideration. Also, this strap here should have a very thin highlight facing against your light source. And to save face for the rest of this translates all over her body. You will find with some of the top artists out there, you will find with top character design, because I mean, if we zoom out from Ambi, right, we take all of everything we just drew and we're doing and all this other fun stuff, you know, we take a good look at Ambi, all of us can say this is fantastic, this looks really good. And we don't really pay attention to those the light source and how it's portrayed on the artwork. Give me a second. So for those of you that are having trouble with shading and stuff like that, just be believable. That's the art lesson for the day. Just be believable. What do you got? Elijah. Let's see. So Elijah says, can I ask for a free duel request? Can you draw Serena from Pokemon being haircut by the evil barber for me? Just one request. I will not do anybody else's IP. So I think you came in before and asked for Baniri. What the heck was it? An Angola Baniri? That I didn't have any problem with because that's not an official Pokemon in Pokemon. And so since it's an alteration of an official Pokemon, I didn't mind making that request for you. But I will not draw an actual character from Pokemon. That is someone else's IP. I do not own Serena. I have no right to draw Serena, so unfortunately I won't honor that request. Plus I have a lot of things to do today, so unfortunately, Elijah, I like doing little doodle requests. I think that's fun. I don't mind doing it. But for today's stream, I'm probably not going to do any requests today. Gabriel, I saw a video explaining that shadow light is more important to give the notion of 3D and drawing than to actually make sense. Yes, that is correct. You absolutely... That's really what you're doing. As you see with this rat, I mean, just with the first shading layer that we put on the rat, we've already created a sense of 3D. And does all of this lighting make sense? Probably not. But I'm just trying to stick with my light source and just ensure that it's believable. That's all you gotta do, is just be believable. And so we're gonna continue forward. Let's keep on rocking. Hopefully you enjoyed the little light lesson there, the little coloring. I gave a coloring and a light lesson. My God, I'm just full of free knowledge today. Free knowledge. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Okay, so let's get back to this. So this is the next shade color. So we're gonna go down. I know you don't see this, down and to the right, and slide the bar down a little bit further. So this is a more tight shadow. This is, as we get darker and darker shadows, there should be less and less of it on your artwork. And so I am going to make a dark shadow right about there. Maybe I'll actually color this in. It might make some more sense to color it in. And then we're just gonna go right down here. Anytime you have objects overlapping each other like this line is clearly an overlap line. You will want to ensure that you do your best to create shadows around that, underneath in it, whatever, again, where your light source is. The lips are being protruded away from the head, so therefore I'm going to make sure I have good shadowing right here to really pop that lip out from the head. Again, this is just very basic lighting. And again, is it correct? Is it the right way? Maybe not. Maybe not necessarily. Again, it just has to be believable. And since he's got his little knee right there, we're just going to put like a nice little shadow right there for that little knee. Nothing huge. This leg over here is mostly covered. But yeah. There we go there. And even just with this little extra, just this tiny little bit of extra darker shading, we've already added so much more depth to this rat when we haven't done anything. And that's the power of doing these progressional shadings. Now, traditional anime will typically skip multiple shade layers and we'll just do one shade, especially for actual animation. They'll just do one shade, and that one shade is incredibly dark. And I may do like a lesson on that too. We're gonna give a little bit more shade on this side over here. Again, nothing crazy. I think that looks pretty good. I mean, it's gonna be very simple. Now, something also to take into consideration when you are doing your stuff. Now, if you notice over here, I think, go up the gobbo leg. This is a perfect example of sharp shades. So, when you are shading an object itself, right? So just the object itself, blurring the lines. So that way there is a nice smooth gradient. Like she's got nice smooth shade lines. There's still some sharpness to it, but it's smooth. It's not harsh. But if you notice this shade right here, this little shark fin shade, well, it's sharp. The reason why it's sharp is because it's another object acting on top of the other object. If you see the shadow, let's see here if I can do this real quick. Oh, here we go. If you see the shadow on my face when I put my hand up towards the light, look how sharp that shadow is on my face. It's super sharp. It's not gradient like the rest of the shadows on my body. Everything else is like nice soft edged and stuff like that as far as shading is concerned. The same applies to when you are making a character. So this ribbon up here, this strand, there's a word for it. But yeah, that strap right there that's coming down is going to give a very sharp shadow on her leg from, of course, the direction of the light. And so that's why that shadow exists there. And it creates a lot of depth because as you start to see it, you're like, damn, that's really cool. At least for me, it's really cool. So, but those are things that you need to take into consideration. When you are shading, is there an object enacting on that other object? So is there an object on object interaction of shade? If there is, make it sharp. If it is just an object and it's naturally shading by itself, make it smooth. There you go. Make it smooth. So, and also as another, what's the word I'm looking for here? So like these shadows right here are kind of like acting with each other. But as you see here, there's a sharp shadow here. It's because this strap right here, I don't know what the hell I want to call it. This belt loop right here is acting on the main belt itself, so therefore it's going to have a sharp shadow. However, the rest of the belt, as you see here, has natural shading, so therefore it's going to be softer. There you go. A shade lesson. More shading lesson, coloring lesson, shading lessons. My goodness, I'm just full of knowledge today. Knowledge just flowing across the interwebs. Crazy. Okay. I don't know. I might have a little bit of extra dark shade. Yeah, that's fine. Just a very small strip. Going right there. That seems good to me. Now we're going to start on highlights. But I'm going to do more to this. I just said, well, you just said that you're going to make everything soft, but this rat has nothing but hard shadows on it. Don't worry, we're going to get there. I want to make sure before we start blending things, right? Let's go back over to an example. Before we start blending things, if we notice, when I do my little colors over here, it transitions. See, it goes from a bright green, and as we move down, it starts going to a darker green. If I start to blend in these hard shadows, I'm going to start losing my base color. And so if I'm not done yet with highlighting and shading, I want to keep the integrity of my colors as best as possible, so that way when I click on them, I have the true color that I've been working on this whole time. So I'm going to click on my base color, but we're now going to do the opposite, right? So I'm going to move myself up here again. So paying attention to this color wheel down here. Remember what I said, for shadows, you go down and to the right. And then you move your slider down as well. So everything goes down, down, and this goes down to the right. When we work with highlights, it works in the opposite direction. So we want to slide up a little bit and then go up and to the left. And this will be your highlight. And for every procedural highlight, you're going to move the slider to the right and then move your circle up and to the left. Every single time you want to get brighter and brighter and brighter. And as you notice, while we're moving up and to the left, where are we going? We are going towards the white side of the color wheel. The lightest side is over here, so makes sense that it's a highlight, right? Versus when we go to shadow and we move down and to the left, where are we going? We're going to the darkness, to the dark side of the color wheel. So there you go, more art, fartsy fun. And again, since our light source is on the top, we're just going to start highlighting what we believe needs to be highlighted. Again, just has to make sense. That's it. Just has to make sense. A little bit. Believable. Doesn't even have to make sense. It just has to be believable. Good question. Yes. So Gabriel says, if I'm using green as a base, my shadow is going to be more blue and the light's more yellow. That is correct. So since, like I said, you're pretending that this little bar over here is a pendulum. So if you swing the pendulum down here, well, what's gravity going to do? Gravity's going to drag it down until it gets all the way to blue, because it's going to sit down at blue. But if you want to push up, and if you're right here, you want to push the pendulum back up this way, well, where are you going to go? You're going to go to yellow. So yes, you are absolutely correct. Your shadows are going to be more blue, and your lights are going to be more yellow. And then as far as that's concerned, it even doesn't even matter so long as you follow that principle. And what do I mean by it doesn't matter? Whatever you're coloring, no matter what color, I could color, again, I could color this rat in purple, I could color this rat in green, blue, whatever. So long as I use the same principle that I'm teaching, you can use the hue, saturation, and color tonal correction slider and make whatever color you want. I will give you the example right now. So this rat looks just like this right now, right? So let me get myself out of the way here real quick. And I'm going to shift this rat over enough to where you can see it. Okay. Let me zoom in just a scotch. Okay. Hopefully you can view the rat enough. Okay. So I've colored the rat like this, right? I followed my principles of what I've been teaching, which is how to properly shade, how to use the color wheel for your shading, and giving those values. But let's just say this rat is too brown. It's like blending with the sack a little bit, and I want to change it. Go to Edit. This is, of course, for Clip Art Studio. Go to Edit. Go to Tonal Correction. You might not see this. I might have to get myself out of the way again. I'm sorry. Edit. Tonal Correction. Hue, Saturation, and Luminosity. Okay? When you click on that, you're going to be given this bar right here. And essentially, whatever layer you have selected, so the rat body layer is selected, the hue is going to be your color. So let me put myself back down. Right about there. There we go. So the hue is going to be your color. Well, let's start messing with the color. Now I have a blue rat, I have a gray rat, a blue-gray rat. Now I have a red rat, a purple rat, I have a blurple rat, you know? So I can change the color of everything, but because I made sure that my shadows and my highlights are matching up with the lesson I gave, I can do whatever I want. So let's just say I want to do a little bit more of like maybe a blue-gray rat like this. Yeah, I like that. Now I have another choice, which is saturation. Maybe my colors, I want them to be a little bit more vivid, brighter, more pronounced. So I'm going to put that saturation up. And look at that, I'm making like a super blue rat. Like that's Sonic the Dang-O Hedgehog around here. But, you know, maybe not that much saturation, but a little bit of saturation to add some vividness. It makes that rat really pop out from the burlap sack and kind of gives it its own little character. But we also, likewise, we can go the other way. Maybe we want less color involved. So when we go and desaturate, so when we start at 0, as you can see here, saturation is going to 0. So this is our main color. This is what we colored with. Well, when we go negatives, we are taking that color away all the way till go to 0. Now it's grayscale. Now it's just a gray rat. There's no color involved with it whatsoever. But when we start adding that saturation, we can see that color slowly return. And then luminosity. I don't touch luminosity very much. There's not a whole reason to touch luminosity, because what you're doing is you're actually taking the color and you're adding light to it, and you'll see what happens. So if we add more light, more luminosity, the colors get washed out. And this is great to use when you have a background character. You notice how sometimes when you see stuff way off in the distance, that their colors seem really faded and really white and practically just overly saturated or whatever. It's actually very luminous. We are making our artwork super illuminated. The line art also would suffer underneath this as well. But this is why I don't touch luminosity very much, especially when we have things that are in the foreground. If it's in the background, maybe. But, and then of course, if we go the other way, we are darkening things up, obviously going to pure black. So, the only time I could say to do this is if you had an extreme visual where things are disappearing into the darkness as it's coming towards you. There's, again, luminosity is actually something very rare to touch, especially in character concept design and creation like I'm doing here. You really don't want to mess with luminosity, but saturation and hue, mess with it all day. Figure out what you want. Like, I want a green rat or a blue rat, a purple rat, red rat, and I want some more saturation. Oh yeah, like, oh man, look at that coloration right there. That's pretty cool. And you can have also, oh man, look at that green rat. That's crazy. And you can just have all sorts of fun. So the point that I'm making for you, Gabriel, is this, is Yes, you're using a green base, and so your shadows are going to be blue, and they are going to be, and your highlights are going to be yellow. You are correct. So that is true. But when you are creating a character, you can use any color you want. It doesn't matter. It simply doesn't. You can simply color this whole rat purple, and you can change it to brown if you wanted to, using that saturation and the slider that I just showed. That is another tool. I want to go over the lasso tool. I'm going to give the proper name for this. The tonal correction, hue, saturation, and luminosity tool. And of course, just the normal tools of the trade that I use to make my artwork. Because I think if you were to understand how those all function, your artwork is going to really get a boost, a big boost. All right. Hopefully all that made sense. So, gonna grab my color, make sure I have my highlight color, and we're just gonna do one more highlight, just one more, and we're gonna go up, left, and drag the bar up a little bit. So this should be brighter. It is, and this should be very thin, mind you, like our darkest shadows, right? That we did down here near the mouth. We are also gonna have the thinnest lines of light for our absolute highlights, or at least the highlights that I want to do, just to give a little extra pop, a little extra pap. And you don't need much either. You absolutely do not need much to give off that extra little pop. And sometimes it's not even noticeable. It's not even noticeable. And that's okay. It's still fun to do. I get enjoyment out of it because it brushes up my skills anyways. Even if you think it doesn't matter, you should always be willing to explore it anyways. All right, now we're gonna get our blur tool out. So we went to the blend mode, little teardrops, or the double teardrops. I got my blur tool, and making sure the size of the blur brush is large but not too large. And essentially, like I said, there's nothing really enacting on itself in here except for like a few little pieces here and there. And we're simply just going to go over these lines. And what that's going to do is it's just going to soften up all of these edges. It's going to soften it all up. And it's going to make it more of a natural transition. I'm going to move through this a little fast because I'm not really teaching too much at this point in time, and more so just saying what's going to be happening. And as you see, the rat softened up a little bit. And all the shading looks much more natural. It looks way more natural than when it was hard. Good stuff. And another reason why I'm separating out all my layers on this rat too is because if I do plan to change the color of something, right, like I'm changing the color of the body of the rat, I may not necessarily want to change the color of its ears. I may not want to necessarily change the color of its eyes, the color of its hands, the color of anything that is outside of the color of the main body. I don't want to affect it too. I want to be able to separate these colors out and do that slider like I showed and slide all of this stuff around how I want it to be. I have so much more control over my art piece if I can just do it that way. So the next thing we're gonna do is let's do the eyeballs. Let's do rat eyes. It is rat's eyes. I've been dying to want to work on his eyes because we're gonna put some like bloodshot in there and stuff like that. It's gonna be fun. So with his eyes, we're gonna go with a little bit of off-white. Just a little bit of off-white. I think that looks pretty good. And we're just gonna fill the whole thing in. Everything gets filled in. And then we're gonna lock that layer. Now we're gonna start working on it. So first thing we want to work on is, I think, the shading aspect. And now since this is grayscale, there's no color involved. And so on the color wheel, I'm all the way over to the left, and I'm putting that circle right up against the wall. And so I'm just going to simply go down that wall. I'm not going to move over anywhere. I'm not going to add color or anything like that. And so the next color I'm going to use is just a slightly darker, and when I mean slightly, I mean slightly darker shade. And we're going to put that on the eyeballs. I mean, I'm telling you, it's slightly, isn't it? Slightly. Because there is going to be some shadow on these popped out eyeballs. I mean, it is a sphere. Like it's a sphere. So we got to treat it like a sphere. So this should be the lightest shadow. Then we're going to go down a little bit more. There we go. And then a little bit more. There we go. And then we're going to take our blend, our blur, and we're just going to blur it all together. And as you see, it creates a nice natural shading gradient. Nice natural shading gradient. Then you're probably asking, well, why did you use an off gray for the whole eyeball? Aren't eyeballs like white? Yes, but if I'm going to put highlights on it, it cannot be pure white because you won't be able to put highlights in there. So you got to be able to have a little bit of gray to your eyeballs in order to add those highlights. And then here's what I mean. So I'm pure white right now. Pure white. See? Now the eyeball has a highlight. But I'm not going to add those just yet because we obviously have the iris to do, and I think I'm going to do like a... Now, since I'm working in grayscale, meaning there's no color involved, okay? When I color the iris, and I decide I want to change the color of the iris with that slider that I showed you, that slider will not affect the eyeballs because the eyeballs are using a true grayscale. There is no color involved. I will give you the example here shortly. So I decide I want to make the eyeballs red or something like that. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you the example. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to learn you something. So we're going to edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, and wow! I was speaking the truth. I can change the color of the iris, and it will not change the color of the eyeball because the eyeball was done in true grayscale. So I can change whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. This, I think, if you learn how to do this, your stress level of coloring is going to be gone. It's all gone. The stress of coloring is going to be all gone because you literally have the power to change everything about your artwork. And the fact that you can change things like that, and it's not going to take you any time. It took me no time to change anything as far as colors are concerned. Your stress level is going to go so far down. No stress. We ain't be stressing in here, bro. We don't be stressing. And again, I can make these eyes any color I want. I don't care if they're red right now. I can do whatever I want. Maybe I want them to be red. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We don't need to be stressing right now, bruh. We don't need to be stressing. Now again, kind of one of the principles to why working on one layer sometimes sucks, because if I make a mistake and I draw in this eyeball like this, right, I have to back up. I can't actually erase, because I'll just erase the eyeball. So yeah, that is just one caveat. Again, I think I already explained this when you work with one layer for all of your shading and coloring purposes. It makes things more difficult for you. But if it's simple like this, then it shouldn't be too much of an issue. All right, let's go back to our base color. Let's get some highlight in here. See how my highlight is turning more yellowish? But see, it works really good, doesn't it? We are going to fix this little bit there. This rat is fucking hilarious. I already thought it was pretty hilarious when I was first working on it, but it's hilarious. It's just funny. And then we can make a little highlight there and a little highlight there. Yeah, those eyeballs turned out really good. Now, obviously, we do have a little bit of line art in the way. Oh no, we got a little bit of line art in the way. That's fine. I have my accessories. I have the rat. Yeah, the rat line art is right there. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply erase the line art that I don't want there. That way we get a nice, true highlight on the eyeballs. Don't be afraid to erase your line art. Don't be afraid to do it. If it makes sense, don't be afraid to do it. Poor little rat. Poor little guy. And now we can have some more fun. Let's see if bloodshot will work. I don't know if bloodshotting the eyes is going to work out very well or not. No idea, but let's try it. Obviously, it's going to be very dark, a very dark red. This now, when I'm playing with something like this, like extras, like the bloodshot, typically you're going to want to put that on a clip layer. You know, where you add a layer, you clip it to the layer below. So now I'm working on the rat eyes. Ooh, that's that looked like a fucking worm. But if you don't like it or something like that, again, you're not going to hurt anything. You can blink it on and off. You can change the opacity. You can make it a little lighter or darker. Typically, that is gnarly. Dear Lord. If you want to do really extra stuff like that, whenever you want to add a lot of detail to something, do clip layers. Clip the layer. I cannot express that enough. Clip it. Because if you fuck up, or you're like in deep, like you're like 100+ strokes into this and you're like, oh my god, this looks terrible. All you got to do, you know, if you're working really hard or whatever like that, and you're like, oh, that's just, that's stupid. You can just delete it. Just delete it. Get it out of there. You don't need it. But I am liking this concept. We're going to go like a really small brush size. I think like a 1. We're going to need it. Yeah, we're going to need 1. And since this is a sphere, ooh, excuse me. I'm glad I got the microphone off. Whew. Since this is a sphere, we're going to curl these blood vessels around our sphere. Oh, sorry. I just had to sneeze a lot there. My goodness. Of course, I'm trying to make it a little darker as it gets closer to the end of the eye right here. But I apologize for my sinuses. I did do yard work yesterday, and I ran over a bunch of ragweed, and so my allergies have been doing the things. But, dude, that eyeball is crazy. That is a crazy eyeball. But you want to think about these things. So obviously, I have the eyes literally bulging out of this rat's head, and so thinking about these blood vessels popping up, I'm not probably going to do too much with this eyeball over here. It's a background guy. Just one line, one freaking line already makes a difference. But yeah, if you're going to do zany things with your body parts and you want to, you're going to want to think about this stuff. It just adds that much more character, that much more depth into it. Now, again, why I said that you want to put any extras that you do like this on its own separate clip layer is because, again, maybe I don't want these color eyes, even though I really do like these color eyes. But maybe I want to add some saturation to it, right? And get these eyes a little brighter, a little bit more vivid colors. Yeah. What am I got going on here? I got some pixelization going on. Well, that's weird. Oh, it's the shadows doing weird things. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We could change the color of the eyeballs. Blue eyes. A little bit more. Ooh, purple. Purpley red. Purple red. Blur. What is purple red? Is that maroon? I think that's maroon. Hmm. We are going to do this because I like the little bit more vividness, but we are going to correct these pixelizations. This is something I'm not really going to teach too much on. I'm just going to fix it. It just is what it is. Yeah, that this poor little rat. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, if we zoom out too, I mean, now this rat, like the eyeballs of this rat are super noticeable when you start zooming out from the artwork. Like, it's something that will grab attention. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fix these anomalies. Sometimes you get anomalies. It is what it is. Just go ahead and fix them. This may take me a little bit to fix. That's fine. Now, explaining what these pixelations are that you're seeing, these like purple stuff going on, it is the... What's the best thing to say? It's the computer not really understanding that when I'm boosting the saturation of something, that it's not really supposed to saturate what I am doing. This happens with grayscale a lot. If you saturate grayscale. And normally I don't saturate grayscale for this reason. There we go. Good stuff. And let's see here. We got that's the blood vessels there. We can go back up here. We can add. I don't know if we need to add any more highlights. I take a good lesson from Bob Ross. If a good lesson that Bob Ross had always taught is stop piddling with your artwork. Like I just did right there. Like I'm like, oh, does the eyeball need another highlight right there on the pupil? Does that need to exist right there? The more and more that you piddle with your artwork and try to make it even better, even better. A lot of quotes there, even better. Much and more of the time, you're just either wasting time or you're doing too much, and you're going to start losing the initial point of what you were trying to draw. And so I think these eyeballs look great. There's nothing more I need to add to them. I have thoughts, of course. Every artist has thoughts like, how can I make this better? Just stop yourself. Stop, take a look, and be like, you know what? That looks fucking great. Don't touch it. Stop touching it. All right. Let's move on to the nose. Let's do the nose. Nose is going to be, let's see. Let me look at a rat nose. Is rat noses pink? I don't know. I've never seen a rat nose before. So they are pink. Okay. Very cool. Rat noses are pink. Now you know. All right, I'm going to take Miss Ambi off. Thanks, Ambi, for the lesson today. Appreciate you, little Ambi. Okay. So we got rat eyes. Got that one clip layer, which is the blood vessel. So we're going to go above that, and we're going to do snoot. 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 And we're going to make like a little pinky color again. We can make it whatever color we want. I already told you. We can make it whatever color we want. Try and get rid of all those little spots there. Yeah, whatever color we want. Lock the layer and do the same thing that we've always been doing, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Yes. Down and to the right. Slide the bar down a little bit. Now we're going to make some shading. Shade, shade. Yes, shade. Down to the right. Down further. Shade, shade. Yes. Get my color back. Up and to the left. Raise the bar up and highlight. Highlight. Yes. Then blur tool, we're gonna blur. Ooh, a little big on the brush size. Let's go down a little bit. No, that's too small. Yeah, that'll work. I'm gonna blur. And there you go. Snoot. Snoot. Now question is, do you want it a different color? Let's find out on Hue, Saturation, and Luminosity bar. Oh, purpley. I think the color we had was pretty good. Yeah, it's like more of like a red, so that's fine. I think we picked out a pretty good color for it. Let's do some saturation. A lot and more of the time, people undersaturate their artwork. If you were to just saturate just even a little bit, we can see how much more vivid that nose is becoming. And sometimes that just, it's nice, but I try to also match up with what we're kind of, it's just kind of use your eyeball. Like, is the nose going to get too vivid? Is just a tiny bit of saturation goes a long way. So that'll work. That'll work. All right, so next we're going to work on the ears. The ears, like I think I said, I want it to be like a pink brown. I don't know if I can achieve that or not, but we'll see. So the main fur. We will tonal correct right off the rip. Well, that's the ear. That's the inside of the ear itself. I don't want to worry about the fur. I just care about the fur at this current point in time. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. I know I'm overcoloring, but I want to make sure I get that arc, and I can just go through and erase what I don't want visible. Obviously, best practice would be to put this ear color underneath the other layers, but that's fine. Ooh. That's fine. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to tonal correct and get the color that we want before we start working on shades and stuff. Because looking at rat ears, there's like a little bit of brown, just a tiny bit of brown, and mostly pink. So let's just start playing with that. Let's do saturation. Let's put the saturation up. Let's start finding that saturation down. We're dancing around it right now. I like that color. Yeah, we weren't that far off. Just 10 different hue shades. Saturation. I think I was at negative. Yeah, I think that's fine. That'll work. Okay. So I'm just going to make this ear fur. Don't forget to name your layers. Always name your layers. And so, make sure I got my new color selected with my teardropper. Or what is this actually called? I can't remember. Eyedropper. I thought it was a teardrop. It's an eyedrop. Makes sense. So make sure I get that new color. So I'm actually coloring with this new color. All right. Cool. And we're just gonna do the norm. Do the norm, bro. We're gonna lock that layer. Don't forget to lock your layers. I think this whole inside fur is gonna be dark. This is being hidden. I said this is your first shade, so it's the shade that you see the most. Drop it down, go left, go down. And then this is your secondary shade, and this will be the shade that you see the least. And of course, any subsequent shades from there, you get less and less and less of it. Less and less and less. Blur it. Create that natural transition. There you go. Now we're going to do the inner ear. Inner. Ear. Yes, yes. So we're going to work in the same color spectrum since the ear is going to be essentially around the same. So let's go like up and over a little bit. This is going to be a little brighter. Add much more red. This is going to be definitely more red than anything. And then we're going to do something cool with this. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Holy cow. It's Ozzy. Long time no freaking see, bro. Where have you been? Huh? Where have you been? Busy with school. Well, I hope that you're doing good in school, bro. Hopefully it's all going according to plan. Chorus. Too many choir classes. Oh my goodness. You're gonna have an amazing voice though. You're gonna have an opera voice. The voice of the opera. Starring Uzi. So now when shading the ear like this, chambers, concert, jazz, and Monday through Wednesday plus Friday have choir after school. Dear Lord, man, that's crazy. When I'm shading like this, the fur on the ear itself is going over top of the inside of the ear. So I will make sure that all this fur has shadows to it to pop that fur off of the ear. Should be deeply shaded down here because there should be very little light. Curl it up and around just like that. There you go. They need me like I need you. Anyway, enough about me. How's stream? Things have been going really good. Stream has been good. I'm going to stream all day today until I get this artwork done. I am done with... I haven't even been procrastinating. I can't even say procrastinating on artwork. I just don't get the time to work on this thing. And this is one of the most intensive illustrations I've ever done. And so, since it's the most intensive illustration I've ever done, it's taking a lot of time, and I want to get it done. I want to get it done, man. I want to get it done. I want to be able to show it off on Instagram and everything like that. Want to get it done. But yes, as far as all the days I've been streaming, it's been very good. Been getting a lot more interactions lately, which is great. And of course, I've been appreciative of everyone and anyone that comes in and you know, get to share the experience. All right, now we're gonna do something crazy. I think this is gonna work out the way I want it to work out, but we'll see. Think that'll work. Wonder, I can't remember how I did her ears. I remember how I did her ears. Okay. I had to remember how I did the ears on the Gabo, but this is a little different since the light is actually coming through the ear itself, so there's this glow where essentially it should be showing the inside. I believe I did that correctly. I'm satisfied with it. Again, this is not a main focus of the whole thing, right? We are just doing some simple stuff. All right, so the tail should actually be relatively the same as far as color scheme goes. Yeah, I mean, just a pinkish tail. Pinkish tail. And really, we're going to do the same color for the hands and the tail. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to do a whole layer that says hands and tail. Hands and tail. Excuse me. And speaking about streams, how has your stream been, Uzi? Too busy to even touch it, to even think about it. I feel you on that one too, bro. I do. I've been trying though. I've been trying. Ugh. Well, this is a little darker than what I probably would like, but that's fine. We can change everything. Lock it. Pop and lock it. Damn. Actually, we're gonna have a little bit of highlight there. Well, hopefully you'll get some time to get back up on stream and do the thing you like to do. I want to stream Minecraft because I'm playing with my friends in a world. Yes. Good old Minecraft. Oh yeah, I've seen Silk Song is a new game, right? It just came out. Am I correct with that? Yes. Cool. I've seen a lot of streamers playing it. And I like a good side scroller. Like the best. Hey, my hot take: the best side scroller to have ever been made. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Best one. Best side scroller ever. Not even a question. No, I do like Dead Cells too. Dead Cells is pretty good. And then was it Bloodborne? Not Bloodborne. Blood Rain? No. I can't remember what the name of that one was, but it was obviously a Castlevania like game. But yeah, Symphony of the Night is just a timeless classic that I don't think anybody will ever match. Even if, of course, other games have really better gameplay maybe than Castlevania Symphony of the Night, but I think as far as from the aspect of history, you know, during the PlayStation 1 era, there was nothing else like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Personal opinion. Get those crates up. Well, it's time for me to head to prison. I mean, school. Yeah, get those grades up. Do it, Uzi. Do it, Uzi. I believe in you, bro. It was so good to have you in again. Definitely missed you, man. Much love. Much love. Always love you, bro. So you take care. Have a good rest of your day, all right? Choir prison. Choir prison. All right, now we are going to do some craziness. It's called flashing. And if you don't know what flashing is, let's see here. Here's a good example of flashing. It's where the darkest shade that you have receives a little bit of light. You're gonna what to the stream? I'm gonna flash this stream. I'm gonna flash it. I actually did a really good job of flashing here on the ribbon. So when you start to go towards the background, so like this ribbon is going towards the background, it's going away from you, you're going to start seeing less and less color. It's going to get faded out, and so therefore you get flashing in that regard. See you later, Uzi. Have a good one, man. You're going to get flashing in that regard because you're losing color, you're losing detail as something gets pushed to the back. Likewise, your darkest shadows, like as you see here, these darkest shadows are not going to be pure black. They're actually going to have a little bit of light to it, and it's because there are always reflections of light. Be safe, have a great stream. I appreciate it. Have a good day, Uzi. These flashes of light exist with everything. Even the burlap sack down here has a gradient of light. And so we're going to do the same thing for a little rat guy with his hands and stuff, and a few little extra features here and there, but mostly his hands. So we're going to take the soft airbrush tool. This should be a pretty good size. And then we're going to go to teal. Like on the color wheel, we're going to go teal, and we're going to work our way over a little gray. So a gray teal, a gray blue color, and a very light. And what we're going to do is we're just going to whoop. Yeah, just a little whoop. And what that does is it just, I really don't have an explanation, unfortunately. It's just something that you're going to want to do when it comes to your darkest of the darks, is add some of that flashing, because there's always going to be ambient light. There's always going to be something bouncing off something else. And so that's what we're getting here. I don't know how bright I want to make that, but all right. Now let's see if we want to play with the hue saturation and stuff real quick here. I want to change the color of the hands. I think the color we chose was actually pretty good, so we'll just keep it. We shall keep it. Now, all we got the mouth and teeth and the belly left. So let's do the belly, and we'll make the mouth last. So let's go down here. Belly. And then we're going to do a bluish gray belly. Yeah. Just a tiny bit of color into the belly, so that way we can tonal correct it if we want to. Again, if we go full grayscale, we're not going to have we're not going to be able to do anything. Not going to be able to change the color. And like I said, it does not matter what color we use here. It's fine. We can always change it. Always change it. I will say bellies are actually a little harder to work on, especially when they're facing the ground, because you actually are working in a reverse aspect of things, because technically we are working on the bounce light. We're not working on any highlights, because there is no light getting to his stomach. However, there is going to be a very thin band of light from reflective light. And so that's essentially what we're doing, is we're adding this reflective light first, and then we're working on the darkest of the dark shadows. Yeah, something like that. And like I said, we can tonal correct. So if we don't like that blue color, then we can do something else. And if there's too much color, then we can unsaturate it a little bit. And this might be also a case where we use luminosity. Since we are dealing with an object that is pretty dark, considering. Bluebilly. It's a bluebilly rat. I think that's fine. I mean, I a little bit more gray tone, so I was a little bit too generous with color. I think that a little more gray works out good. All right, now let's do the mouth. If I can spell today, jeez, oh Pete. Coffee time. I might have to get some more coffee, to be honest with you. It is quite cold. Quite cold coffee. This rat is fucking hilarious, though. Oh man, I really don't make too many zany characters. I need to do it more often, but I just don't. So, lock the layer. Now this right here, we're actually just gonna go straight gradient, which means we're gonna drop it down, drop it right, put the bar down a little bit, and just start doing a gradient tone. Drop it down, drop it right. Drop it down, drop it right. And then essentially we get this nice gradient from the mouth. And then we'll do a little bit around here because there will be a little bit of shade right there. We just basically want just a small highlight inside the mouth itself. Just a tiny highlight just to give it a little something something. All right. Then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do gums. So we're going to make that a whole new layer. This mouth, I may have like 3 or 4 layers. All right. Again, separate stuff as best as possible. If you have confidence in working on, you know, a single layer and you're used to it and that's what you want to do, go for it. But generally, is just good practice to do every separate subject on its own layer. So the gums are going to be its own layer. Teeth are going to be its own layer. Tongue is going to be on its own layer. Like that's just what you should be doing. And if anything, it just helps train you on how to work with things, and maybe you can explore working on everything on a single layer eventually. This is actually a tooth. That's actually a tooth, you silly goose. Especially when you're working with a lot of like colors, because the gums, of course, are pretty much the same as the inside of the mouth. Your mouth is the same color. It's just all we're doing is shading things differently to give depth. All right, down, right, boop. Down, right. And then blur it out, baby. Blur it out, baby. Now, since the gums should have some saliva and stuff like that, we might do some little bit of highlighting. Just a scotch. A scotch of highlight. And we're going to mostly do it around the edges. We're just going to go around the edge. We're not going to go on the main gums themselves. All right, let's do the teeth. Teeth. So the teeth, I'm going to do pretty much the same thing as I did with the goblin. So if you look at her teeth, they're not white, of course. They are actually yellowed a little bit, using gray tones, and then I'll go over with a airbrush. I'll go over with like a gold, tingy gray, and just kind of give it that off-white look, because we just don't have perfect teeth around here. Nah. Now, for this though, we are going to use pure white. And it's hard to tell if you've colored everything with pure white, so we're going to take our paper layer away so I can see these checkerboards. And then I am going to fill in. That way I know I don't have any missing teeth or missed anything. Because again, when we are working with pure white, we want to make sure that we colored everything that needs to be white. Now you could also, putting the paper back on, you could also make the paper a darker color, right? And then you could actually see through that if there's anything wrong. And you can see some pixelation actually above from turning the paper a darker color. So you can do that too. I'm not worried about this small pixelation problem up here, because if we ever make a print of this or anything like that, it's not even going to be noticeable. You're not even going to know. You're not even going to know. But you'll know. The people that are watching this are going to know. They're like, oh, you left pixelations. Oh my goodness. Crazy man. All right, let's lock that. Lock it. Grab that white. Get our first colors going here, which is just gray. Go a little darker. A Go a little darker more. Yes. I'm just going to increase and then just start. Oh, man. Blurring it all together. Then get that dark golden gray. Sorry about that. Again, I don't mean to be so snotty today, but shoosh. Icky little rat teeth. Ah. Nah. I still think that belly might be still a little too blue. Telling you, cats always making messes. Always making messes. But yeah, I think that's pretty decent. That'll work. That's why it's important, like I said, important to do everything that has a different color to it on a separate layer. That way you can change that color later and you don't have to worry about it. Now we're going to do the tongue. Tongue action, huh? Ugh. tongue I'm going to be a little bit more sharper with, just to get it out of the background there with shading. Whoa, too close, too close. And of course, we might change the color of it too. Let's mess with the colors on this a little bit. Should make this a little lighter. Funny. Funny! That's good stuff right there. Now, as far as the mouth itself is concerned, nah, I think that's fine. All right, I'm not fully convinced on the actual color of the body itself. Let's see here, red body. So let's see if we could change the color of the red itself to something a little better. Get it over there a little bit. Get it over there a little bit for you so you can see. Kind of like the idea of a gray-blue rat. That darker color looks good too. Let's do this darker color, but let's saturate a little bit. Oh no, I got kitty. I got the kitty. Kitty's on a terror path. The terrorized me. No. Look at this little booger. Look at this little thing. It's so feisty. You're a feisty little kitty. Oh, you're so feisty. Why you have to be such a feisty little kitty? Huh? Man, get out of my coffee. Oh, meow. Look at this thing. It's adorable. And its little claws get into everything. I'm not sure how blue I want to make this rat. I do want some focus to it, so saturating it is actually probably not a bad idea. I don't think we need to touch luminosity. Do 20 saturation and then, yeah, I think that'll be fun. All right, now we have some choices. With that, do you want to increase the hands and tail? Let's see if we want to increase the tonal correction on the hands and tail. He's got green hands. That's pretty noticeable. I would say that's a pretty good. We'll work with that. Oh, man, I apologize for having to stop every now and then, but my allergies are just going nuts. They're going nuts, man. They're going nuts. All right. Rat is done. Grain is done. Burlap sack is done. How much time I put into coloring that rat. Now. Oh, jeez. Okay, first and foremost, though, we need to add a... First, we're going to add a folder. This is also another thing for all of you to learn, which is make folders for your layers of likeness, okay? So this is going to be the... the sack folder. Yes. We're naming it the sack folder. We're going to put the grain and the burlap sacks. We're going to select those layers, drag them, and put them in the sack folder, and then collapse that folder. It's out of the way. Now we're going to make the rat color folder. The rat color folder. Actually, we need to make that sack color folder, because we have a burlap sack folder itself, but it's the line art for it, not the color folder. Color for it. So rat color. Now we're going to go down and select all the stuff that we worked on. Tongue, teeth, the clip layer for the teeth, the mouth, the gums, the belly, the rat body, rat eyes with the clip layer for that, the snoot, the ear fur, the inner ear, and the glow effect inside of the ear, the hands and tail, and throw it into the rat. And throw it into the rat color folder and collapse it. Super sorry about that. My God. Ugh. Allergies are just like, probably going to have an allergy pill here in a second. But the reason why you want to make folders is so that way you can clean up all of your layers, because that was a lot of layers for that one little rat. But now that we have it in its own folder, we can access that folder at any point in time and see all those delicious little layers. But I don't care about them anymore, and I don't want them in my way. And I'm using the floor layer here, which is the line art for the floor that you see. I'm using that as like my focal point for my layers, for all my color layers. So I'm going to put layers above the floor to color it. And then when we get to the floor, I'm going to take my draft layer and I'm going to put layers on top of the draft layer so that way it's underneath the floor. And there you go. Okay. Ugh. TNT box. TNT box. Well, this will be interesting. Damn. There's a lot going on here. Now we're gonna do... Okay, so here's the next steps of the stream. First, I'm gonna explain what's gonna go happen. Second, I'm gonna get up, get more coffee, get an allergy pill. And then third, we're gonna come back and tackle it. So what we're gonna do with this box, we are going to give it a base color. And we're gonna make it the color of a box. Which is brown, right? A brown box. But we are going to, from... The kitty has come. The kitty has returned. We are going to color the box, shade the box, do all the things the box would normally have, and do everything for a box. But then we're going to go over top of it with a red color and start stripping away the red like paint, because the box was painted red for a TNT box. And then we're going to put the words TNT on the box, but we're going to also wear that out. So we're going to do a lot of weathering and wearing. And so if you've never done weathering and wearing before on something, then this will be something that you want to pay attention to. So that being said, I'm going to do the first step of the process, which I just did. Second step, which is I'm going to get more coffee and an allergy pill, because dear God, I'm done with this nose already this morning. And then we're going to tackle this thing. All right, so stay tuned. Enjoy the funk music. And let me actually zoom out so that way you can all view the picture. I'm going to get myself out of the way here. Yeah, no. That'll make myself smaller. Yeah. Shrink myself down. So there you go. You have the artwork to stare at until I get back. All right. Decided to give myself an ice cream sandwich to help take my allergy pill. So, if you want to chat about something while I consume this, by all means, chat away. Let me know your thoughts, your feelings. If you want to learn about something, whatever it is, I am available for talking. Of course, even when I'm doing this artwork, I'm available for talking. Always available for talking. If you have an art question, if you have a life question, oh yeah, I'll give you life advice. I'm old enough. I'm old enough to give you life advice. Yeah, this art piece, as far as this is all concerned, is the longest. Well, I think this is the longest I've ever spent on an art piece. I'm really testing my skills and abilities with this. I'm kind of getting myself a good focal point of like where I'm at with my character creation and design. And I normally don't work on anything else other than a character, but I went a little further with this one because I wanted to just kind of get a feel of how to do backgrounds and foregrounds, because I don't really mess with that either. And again, so I'm really testing my skill with this particular art piece. I'm definitely learning. Learning as I'm going. Like the smoke. I don't really work with smoke that much. That was something new that I had to learn. Object interaction. That's a big one. Object interaction and relationship. Making sure, again, I don't have to do this, but focusing on lighting. And then also, I guess you could say secondary character design. Never done that before. I've never done secondary character design. And what I mean by secondary character design, the rat is a secondary character. The dead man's foot there, leg there, is also a secondary character. The bomb in her hand is a secondary character, and so also the little bomb hiding behind the TNT crate is a secondary character. And so developing characters that add to the main character is something I've never done before. I've never added like pets or companions or anything like that, where there's a clear differentiation between a main character and side characters. And so this is my first foray into that type of design network. And so, because like if you think about like the bomb and the rat, you almost could think like they might be companions. Like this is like some zany friendship that they have or something like that, like some sort of Ratatouille thing going on. Likewise, obviously the main focus of this is not so much the relationship to each other, but how they complement each other and adding to the personality of my main character. So when I thought about the bomb that's in her hand, I was more so thinking about, well, I mean, I think a traditional bomb would be boring. Let's be real. We are in a fantasy world. We're with goblins and who knows what else. And if I'm drawing my inspiration from World of Warcraft, Warhammer, general fantasy, and so on and so forth, then, well, I think having a normal bomb would be dumb. I think that would be something that I would feel regret for not trying to do something about it. And initially, and I may have sketched this out, it might be in my time lapse of this, but initially I was going to have like bands of steel around it and have spikes and stuff, so that way, like, if you thought about her throwing it, it'd almost be like a grenade and it would fragment out and you'd have a bunch of these spikes flying out everywhere. But I think giving the bomb sentience and just this weird, zany, like really out of the like left field of it's pretty much its own character, I think adds to her personality. Because if we look at her personality, she's clearly haphazard, she's just very eccentric, outgoing, and a little manic. She's a little fucking crazy. And so if we want to add to this chaoticness that this character is portraying, I think having equally zany items and chaotic items and things around her help really push that narrative, push that personality. And that bomb, I think, is a perfect example of just this weird, wacky thing that is dangerous, but also just kind of comical. And I think that's how she is too. She's comical and dangerous at the same time. The rat is pure comedy. It's just, it's getting launched off of the TNT box that she stomped her foot on. And then as far as like the danger factor, there's literally a dead guy. There is a leg sticking out, a smoking gun. You can put two and two together. Like, dear Lord, she'll get some things done. Oh, this coffee is great. I love it. Who else loves coffee? Raise your hand. Put hand emojis in the chat. Hand emojis in the chat. Who likes coffee? Oh, man. All right. Excellent little break. Yes. Yes. Gabriel Dye loves coffee. Yes. Loving the coffee. All right. So, yeah, like I said, this is certainly a test of skill and knowledge on my part. The most intricate illustration I have ever done. Ever. So, history in the making. All right. So, let's start off with like a mid-level light brown color. And we are going to proceed to color this box in. It's going to be a little bit of a pain because we got a lot of objects surrounding this that need to be taken into consideration, but we're just going to get right on into it. Woo! Yeah, we're definitely got to do a lot of detailed coloring in this to get what we need out of it. But getting a good base coat is going to solve all of our problems. All of the problems will be solved with a good base color. And again, it can be any color. It can be any color. And basically I'm just tapping around with the fill tool just to get an idea of where everything's at. I'm sure there's more efficient ways to do this, but this is the way I'm going to do it. There's going to be a lot of shading to do with this. A lot of shading. We really got to show off the grain in the wood. We got, obviously, to show off the shadows that are appropriate for this box. Or at least believable. Again, a believable shading to create 3-dimension. All right, let's start getting the rest of this all done. Take our lasso tool. And if anybody has some music requests, if you want to listen to some music, I am not impartial to music requests, so long as, of course, that it is copyright free. I don't mind searching for copyright free versions of the genre of music that you're interested in. I just typically put on something that's, you know, generally decent to listen to. All right, kitty, quit clicking things. Yeah, this is just going to take some time. I mean, this right here should be pretty time consuming anyways. When you're coloring something into this depth. And you just don't want to go back through it again. You know, obviously you're still going to miss something. Something's going to get missed. It just is what it is. But if you can mitigate all of the missed or would-be missed spots from the rip, then you will have a much better time when you color things, because then you just don't have to worry about it, right? But with something this elaborate and detailed, I mean, even if I do my best, I'm going to probably run into an issue where I just, like, oh, I missed that. And there might be things that I just I never catch. But luckily, since this is not a main focus, and we, you know, this has an allowance a tolerance level of mistakes. Granted, there is going to be a level where it is unacceptable, but every object in your artwork is going to be something that no eating paper, you crazy cat. What was I talking about? Yeah, but there's just gonna be a level of acceptability of mistakes in every object that you create. There's gonna be quite a few allowances here as well, but again, it is always in your best interest to mitigate as much as possible. So take your time, get the white spots that you can see. And as you're shading too, right? So when we get to darker colors, obviously those whiter spots and stuff like that are going to be more prevalent, and they're going to pop out at you, and you're like, shit, now I got to go back through this again and color it and all this other stuff. Obviously, I'm leaving the whole by itself. That's actually going to be completely separate from the dynamite in the box because it needs to look like things are, you know, it has so much lighting. There's gonna be a lot of lighting to do with that, the hole in the box, that I'm gonna create a whole separate thing for it. All right, I'm just gonna take large sections of this and just kind of circle the inside of it and just start hitting the fill button. Even if I don't see any white specks anywhere in the corners, that doesn't mean that they're not there. All right. Now, something else too. Okay. Obviously, we have her shoe that is going to be casting a shadow on this box. I am not going to be putting any shadows from any characters on anything. You probably have noticed where the rat doesn't have a shadow casting anywhere. The burlap sack doesn't really have a cast shadow anywhere. There is a reason for this. When you are working on your final everything, the touch-ups of your artwork, that's when you need to start really diving in deep into your lighting. And when you have all of your colors and the natural shadowing from the main light source done on all of your objects, your character, your gun, the bomb, the box, the rat, the burlap sack, once the general shading is done, then you're going to go back through coloring, shading, all that shit. Then you're going to go back through with a hard light shadow and start putting those hard shadows on everything that would make sense. And it's really going to make things pop. So lesson number 3 of the day, number 4, I don't know. Lesson number 3 to 4 today. Do your shadows last on from everything? Because you already see how complex this has been this whole time. And just even doing the rat, like the rat took like over an hour to just do the coloring of the rat. And we haven't even, you know, I have no business thinking about how shadows are going to be interacting with the floor, the box, or anything for that matter. So save your shadows for last. And I should actually what's the word I'm looking for? I should rephrase that a little bit, reword that a little bit. Your cast shadows. Now, I can't be a hypocrite, right? I made a cast shadow here, which was between the ribbon and her leg, right? That is a cast shadow. So I can't be a hypocrite. I did this, but this character and everything about her is involving just her. So I had no problem with creating cast shadows into spots and things that made sense. Like, you know, the shadow that's where her shirt is coming away from her chest area. The cast shadow of her medallion here. And the cast shadow of her hair floof that goes in the front of her head. Stuff like that. I have no problem adding that because it's the character herself that's being involved with herself. So, yeah. But for everything else, though, like the gun, the rat, box, all of it's separate. And so they're going to get their own separate thing. And you'll see this once we get to that point. I know that was a lot of running around talking, but I'm a yapper. I'm sorry. I apologize. I like to yap. All right. So, because this TNT box is this intricate, I am going to be using clip to layer. I will not be doing shadows on the same layer with this box. So create a new layer, clip it to below, and let's go. Funky music. All right, so thinking about the light, this whole thing here is probably going to be shaded. This box is going to take some time. This is going to take a while to shade this bad boy. Because again, I'm just generally thinking, how would this be? Well, the face of this box is facing not only away from the light, but since the light is top down for the most part, then there should be a shadow cast over the whole thing, because this up here is actually a lip. It goes over top of it. We can even see that on this side here, where there is a lip going over top of the inside of the box. So like this has like a frame going around the box, and some of this stuff is hard to see from a flat color perspective. It's almost like if you didn't draw it, then you wouldn't know. I have to show this to you, and that right there is a principle in all artwork. When we are presenting ourselves to the general public, we want to be sure that we show off what we mean, what we see, what we're trying to show you. And so when I'm doing the shading and I understand what's going on, but you might not necessarily understand what's going on. And I have to show this to you in the best way I can. And so we are going to do the faces first, which luckily we only have two faces that require shading. The one at the top there might get some shading, but I don't know yet. Again, since the light is coming from the top down, that face is facing completely the light. And her boot is actually going to be most of the shadow, but like I said, I'm not going to worry about her boot until I'm done with the main box and how the light is interacting with the box if it was by itself. That's what I was really trying to get at. You have to pretend that each of these objects in your initial coloring are by themselves, and that they're not interacting with each other all that much, if at all. And so how would you light this up knowing that her boot is in the way? Well, you just either have to imagine removing her boot or just physically remove her boot and figure it out from there. Yeah. Now, there are some things that I don't mind shading and having interaction with, like such as like this burlap sack, right? I think I would be completely fine to just go ahead and have this small interaction being shown. That might be something that I would do. See a little mistake. All right, so that's the face. The two faces. So I'm gonna actually name these. So box faces. Of course, it'd help if my keyboard was turned on. I usually turn the keyboard off when the cat is up here because I don't want the cat pushing all sorts of buttons. Box faces. So there should be actually a little bit of shade here. That should be it for that, as far as the faces are concerned. It's going to have pretty light shadow up the top here of anything, really. All right. Now I'm actually going to lock. So this is like a double whammy. So not only am I going did I create the clip layer, so that way I'm only drawing on the base coat of my box, but I'm going to lock the box face layer now, so that way I can continue to shade the places that need additional shading. And I'm not going to interact with the box at all. And then most of these shadows and shades are going to be a harsh shade, because we pretty much have objects interacting with each other. And so I don't really have any reason to like blur these out. I have another idea of how I'm going to accomplish that. But you see now that I'm popping these edges out like this, that we can see like, oh, there is a frame. I see what you're talking about now. That there's a frame around, that this wood is actually sticking out away from the box itself in some regards. Just coloring away. Color away, color away. And then, since these box boards are very close to each other, we're essentially just going to do one nice little strip of across that line, just to give depth to the wood. And then as far as like, you know, there is going to be some darker shades up here. Absolutely. All right, so now I think I'm satisfied with that for the most part. So now I'm going to try and actually go over this with a darker color and just give a little bit of fade. I may have to do a multiply. I might be able to get away with it with this. And as you see here, as obviously as the box goes further away from the light, you're going to get a darker gradient. Yeah, I might make it a separate multiply layer because I'm starting to lose some of those hard shadows. Multiply. Oh. Well. No, you know what? No. I'll have to not create a separate layer. I'm just going to have to change from normal to multiply. No, that ain't gonna work either. Damn. The only way this could work is if I unclip it. But see, I'm gonna have all this shit pop up if I unclip it. Well, you know what? I might just have to do a little extra work and just add darker shadow. Just gotta do the work. Sometimes that's just what happens. I do the work. Let's go ahead and get a little bit dark color and go back through it. Sorry for the mic bump. Kitty's doing kitty things, and it happens. Kitty does kitty things, and that's just what happens. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're the craziest kitty I know. Excuse yourself, little miss. Psycho cat. Okay. Just trying to think of what I want to do next. I need to add highlights now to the box face. Which means this. All right. My goodness, kid. Just claw right up here, bro. Stream cat. I'm gonna make myself a little bit bigger. Right about there's fine. Please don't chew on cords. Don't do it. Let's go ahead and save. Okay. So we did the box facing, so now we're gonna make a new clip layer, and this is gonna be the box frame. Would you stop attacking? Stop it. I'm gonna put you in your room. Absolutely. Not even a question. And so, I mean, I know I promised I was going to talk more. I know. But it's just one of those things where, like, this is just a process. And I'm just thinking about how the lighting is going to interact. Boxes have pretty sharp lighting aspects. And so, really, there's not going to be an instance where there's light coming from a different area or something like that. It's all going to be now granted, this isn't going to be as dark as the faces, because these are protruding a little ways away from the inner faces of the box. Again, just understanding that whatever your outward most facing object is, it's going to get the most light. And so there's not going to be many instances where this frame is going to be out shadowing the face itself. And of course, once we're done with this, we will lock this layer so we don't do stuff like I'm doing right now. Which is marking on the faces. Again, I'm having to pretend that her boot is not there. It's a hard thing to do. Absolutely. And I'm going to give light object interaction with this burlap sack. Not so much with the grains, but definitely with the burlap sack, just a little bit, where there's just an obvious hard shadow there that I might as well not ignore. Again, I apologize for any nose snuffs that you hear. My nose is much better since taking the allergy pill, but still not perfect. Still not perfect. All right, cool. Let's lock the frame. Let's get a darker shade. We're going dark. All right, then we're gonna start really getting in these pockets. The box is looking pretty good. Man, dang old man, I just love me a good old box. I just love me a good old box. I'm like a kitty cat. I love me some of them boxes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like me a good old box. All right, so we do need to go a little darker, but we're gonna probably wait until we actually gradient this. So we're gonna gradient it now and get a little bit darker shadow. Slide that down, and let's do a fairly large size brush, and then just. Yeah, there's a lot of problems on this side. We'll fix them. We'll fix them. We'll fix them. I think. No, they're actually on this. Okay. Or not. There we go. Like, we will fix this. The art of art. Fixing what is broken. Fixing what is broken. Like I said, you're going to find that line of what is acceptable and what is not, and that was just not acceptable. There's a few parts here that I'm going to fix too, like this is very noticeable, this crescent moon that's right here. We need to fix that. Yeah, we need to fix all of these. All right. I said, once you start going to these darker colors, you're going to see all sorts of issues. Unavoidable, in my personal opinion. Maybe not. Maybe it's not unavoidable. I just don't know how not to avoid it, or how to avoid it. Excuse me. Damn. Damn. It looks better. All right. Just getting those darker shades in there. All right, I think that's pretty decent. And then we're gonna highlight the top over of this. Highlight it. A little bit smaller brush, right about there. Then we're gonna go around the edge. We're gonna do some edging. Oh my god. The edging. Now this is something that you typically do with like metal, but I don't have a problem doing it with this box because and now I'm not going to do like all the edges. It's pretty much just the outmost edge of each of the lines here. And again, the reason being is because, well, when it comes to edges of things, they typically have the most highlighted aspects. Next time you're in your car, just look at your steering wheel and you'll see that highlight around the edge of your steering wheel. And so that same principle applies to all objects when they are highlighted by light or illuminated by light in some way, shape, or form. If I could draw a straight line, that would be fantastic. There we go. Again, we're not also adding that much either. It's just a small... thin strip. Small, thin strip. And you'd be surprised how much that small, thin strip of light really makes things pop. Once we zoom out here. Yeah, adds a lot of character. The good kind of character. And we got a lot more to do with this box, though. All right, so the top illumination I think is fine. I mean, I think that's a pretty solid box. Even if I just left the box like that, I think people would be like, oh, that's pretty cool. But we're not done yet. Oh, you'd think a simple box, but no. No, we gotta keep going. All right, so the next step of this process is to create a multiply layer, adding the color red, and then stripping that red away to make it look like this box was painted red, but have this aware effect. I've never done this before. Never. So this is all first for me. I don't know if I'm going to execute it correctly, but we're going to learn today. Now, I am going to do this though. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to take the TNT box base color plus both of these other layers that I made, and I'm going to combine them. Merge them together, so now it's all just one big box. Why would I do such a thing? Because I am going to do a tonal correction, and I want that tonal correction to be uniform. You will only want to do this if you want a uniform color change. Why I didn't do this with the rat, right? I didn't do this with the rat because he has so many different colors that the tonal correction would be weird. And not saying that that's a bad thing. Sometimes you want a weird zany character, and you might want these weird wacky colors and stuff, but usually when you have a uniformed colored object with multiple layers and you want to change all of it at the same time in the same tone, saturation, etc., you will want to combine all of those layers together to do what I'm doing now. And that is changing the hue. Maybe this box is a little too red. Maybe we want a little bit more yellow. Get away from that red color a little bit, because we are going to put red on top of it. And this isn't going to be a huge tonal shift, but it will be enough. I mean, we could make like a green box too if we wanted to, like a nitroglycerin box or blue wood. I mean, there's all sorts of things we can do, but as you see, we're changing everything uniformly. So the shadows, the highlights, everything is changing together. And that's just the way, I like it. I think just a little bit more tan, get away from that red a little bit is nice. And let's saturate it up a little bit. Really make those colors a little bit more vibrant. Now, is it too vibrant is a question. Because if we go back down to 0, that's where it is. Full vibrancy. I mean, full vibrancy looks really fucking cool. But if you think about it, I'm detracting away from the main character with how vibrant that color is. And this box is not meant to be focused on, so we're going to tone it down. And it's hard to choose. Like, there's probably some people that are watching this are like, oh, dude, no, stop right there. That is your personal perception, okay? Your personal perception of when this should stop on the slider. It's all up to you. And obviously at this point in time, it is my artwork. So I will stop when I want to. But I do agree that there does need to be a little bit more vibrancy with this. I think 25 is probably going to be just fine. Yeah, that's good. All right. So, create a new layer. Clip that layer to below, because now, like I said, we are going to be taking... and we're going to be making this a multiply layer. And the reason why we want to make it a multiply layer is because we want it to interact with the colors. I'm going to give you the whole reason why multiply layers and normal layers are different. So, if I circle this whole darn thing, right? And I hit the red button, just like this, boop. The whole thing turns red, right? Or this weird salmon color. But the whole thing turns red, right? Right. If we go to multiply, it takes into the account, when you multiply something, it takes into the account all the shadows, your values. It takes your values and it starts toning them down, because essentially you're darkening them. Needless to say, to make it very simple, you will want to use multiply layers if you want to keep your shadows, shades, so on and so forth. You'll want to do a normal layer when you just want to simply color. Okay? In this instance, we want to multiply because, like I said, we are going to be taking this red color away from this box, and making it look like it was painted with red. And so how do we make this thing look like it was painted red? To be honest with you, again, this is all like new to me. Obviously we need to do some sort of erasure. So the first thing I'm going to try is using my lasso tool and creating these this wear effect, if it is possible. I don't know if it's possible or not, but we're gonna try it out. So I may have to tone down the stabilization on this. It's got to be pretty. Okay, so, and this is how I'm thinking about it too. So I'm going to be making hard changes. I might have to look at a box and see how it's Warren painted box. This is a little too much wear, but I just want to get... Oh, here we go. This is a perfect idea. Okay. Alright, I think I know what I need to do. I think. It's all thought process. I think I know what I need to do. So we're gonna get right on in here. Also don't want to be taking away, I guess, too much material, but we'll see. Whoa. Well. Clicking the wrong buttons here. My goodness. The hell am I? Again, I have no idea if this is going to work out the way that I'm thinking it's going to work out, but we'll see. Gosh dang. No. I think I may be removing a little too much material, but we're just going to see. All right. So, probably just too much material removal. Yeah, I think it's just too much material removal. Hmm. Hmm. There's potential here. I just don't know what exactly. I think I need to go with the original concept. And then just start doing the removal process. Turning a little better. Kind of trying to stay with the grain. Oh. Sheesh.
Chip out,
All right. All right. Then we're gonna duplicate this layer, and then we're gonna take that duplicate layer and do a blend. Ah, hell. Not a jungle gym cat. Jeez. It actually has a pretty cool weathering effect. And to be honest with you, I couldn't tell you what the fuck I did. You'd have to be there. No, I just was just experimenting. Okay. Now, let's do this. And we're gonna have stencil. Right, size 17. Let's see here. Stencil. Then we're gonna do TNT. It's dynamite. TNT. We could do like a dark red or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. Probably the words TNT probably are just going to be either, it seems like the general census is black, yellow, or white. So black, yellow, white. I think black will work just fine. Okay. So put this up here. Good deal. I'm gonna rasterize it. Okay, then I'm gonna drag it all the way down to here. And then we're gonna clip it to the layer below. So now it gets rid of the end and stuff like that. So now it's interacting with the layer that we want it to interact with. And then from here, we're just going to start fading it out. From existence. Fade from existence. Yes, yes. Too easy. Let's see here. Nice box. Thank you. I think it's a decent box. I'm learning a lot by doing this box here because I'm trying to do weathering, and so I'm doing stuff that I don't normally do. So it's all experimental at this point in time. Probably go with this side smaller. No, that's a soft eraser. I'm like, what? Why is this so smooth? Because I'm soft erasing things. I didn't mean to. I think full opacity would be okay. Well, now that's interesting. That's very interesting. So essentially what you're doing is you're seeing me paint essentially with the, oh no, not paint. I'm erasing with the spray paint tool. And how you do that, let me move myself real quick. So how you do this, so you see down here in the bottom corner, you have your normal color, you have your secondary color. So if you push a different key, you'll get the white color. But there's this bar underneath in it, and that's basically transparency, which essentially is erasing. So you're erasing the color. So I selected transparency, and then I went and started to just use that transparency as a way to do weathering, because the eraser tools that you get don't really do what I want. The eraser tools focus solely on, if you look at the lines too, right? These lines are solid. All of them are solid, which means it's wiping away the color on everything that you're trying to erase. However, the spray paint tool, as you see, some of them are not a full color line or a full line of volume, right? They're like this one. It's a droplet, so it's only taking certain areas out. And so applying that to this, as you see here, we're able to get a weathering effect, and I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, I think that turned out pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied with that box. I don't think I can do really anything else with it. Yeah. Let's see if we want to add a little bit more red to it though. We'll go tonal correction and see if we want to like up the saturation a little bit. Nah, I think just having a generally reddish, dirty box is okay. Just a dirty red box, or like a, I don't know, a stained red box, something like that. I think that's all right. All right. Well, I'm not going to touch it much more than that. Again, this is background pieces. I'm really putting more emphasis on these objects than maybe what I need to, but again, it's there, and this is an illustration, right? This is the whole point of illustration, is to put your best foot forward. If this was more of like I'm trying to create a scene out of an anime or just animation in general, like I take a frame from a cartoon and I put it on here, I wouldn't even be remotely putting as much emphasis and effort into detail as I am. But with illustration work, whenever you say this is my illustration, you are putting in all sorts of detail and time and effort and energy, because this is what you want people to focus on. You want to show off your skill essentially in some aspects, but really it's just like, okay, this is the fully realized version of the world and the characters that I find myself in. So it's my illustration of my world in fantasy. However, if I ever use this model again, this goblin character and all the parts and pieces of this, but I want to do like a comic book strip or to do a cartoon of some sort, then a lot of what you see is going to be completely simplified. That not even close, because when you make cartoons and stuff like that, you really don't want to go into this much detail. Like this right here, if we're flipping through like a comic book and we came up to this would be a page all by itself, and basically this would be like a character introduction, right? So we're being introduced to this character at this point in time in our comic book that we've been opening up and reading. But from this point forward, though, anything that I do with this character that's not a straight illustration, she's going to be super simplified, and I could probably draw something like this eventually once we're done with this.
Helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks.
Let's see. Let's put something else on. Let's put on. There we go. Put on some Carl Casey synthwave. So yeah, I mean everything would be simplified. I'm gonna try and get my mind where I was at. Oh, an example. Let's do an example. I think I have the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Might be a perfect example, but we'll see. Let me search. Got it. I got it. All right, so this is, from what I understand, this is official. And then so that's official as far as a poster is concerned, which is an illustration work. And then this is actually from the episode itself. Okay, I'm going to really drive home the point, the difference between an animation cartoon scene and an actual illustration work that we'd find ourselves looking at, like as far as a movie poster is concerned. So I'm going to save this real quick. I'm going to file open. So we got this. File open. And we got this. Okay, so this is an official poster with Demon Slayer. If we look at how intricate this was done, so I will use my, let's see if this will pop up at all. Will this pop up? Yeah, let's make it a little bigger though. Yeah, I have to use blue. Yeah, there we go. Blue's works. So things to note. We have a gradient, which is you see this light to dark and stuff like that. There's a highlight here. There's all of this. So you got highlight streaks. You have gradient on the shadows. You have, you still only have like the first color. So, okay, you got a gradient here on the purple of his shirt right there. So it goes from light to dark. So light to dark. And then you have a highlight line here this little thin highlight line right there. And then you got highlights in the hair, little tiny highlights there, different colored highlights. So you got like these little highlights right there. But as you can see, there's a lot of gradients, a lot more attention to detail, to shading, a lot more going on, because that's the point of an illustration. We want to really show you all sorts of cool stuff, and even the flame animation and stuff like that from his sword. And this is like really vibrant and crisp and clear and clean and looks really good. Versus this is the actual anime. So we have two colors, this red color and the black, or the near black. There's no gradients whatsoever. Same with her hair. She's got one color, two color, one color, two color. No shading on the hand whatsoever. There's no shading whatsoever. There's a little bit of shade right here on this hand, tiny bit of shade from the sleeve from there, a little bit of shade on the coat, and I mean it goes on and on. So this is a just way different tone than going back into here. So this is the difference of when you are making an illustration. When you say illustration, people are going to be thinking about this. At least other artists are going to be thinking about this. This is an illustration. If you're saying I'm matching an anime, or I'm making a scene from a comic book strip or an anime episode or a manga or whatever, this is what you're trying to achieve. So if we go back to this, where we can say this is on the same kind of a level as this is, right? Obviously not as intricate and adding all of this craziness to it, but this has the same level of intricacy. And when I'm talking about getting away from this, and if I want to make a comic strip of this, I'm going to be doing this right here. I'm only going to be adding like 2 or 3 colors max, and then I'm done. Versus the 1, 2, 3, 4 colors that you find in her hair, 5 colors that you find on her skin, whatever. That's the difference there between illustration and all that. Hopefully that made sense. Sorry, I was explaining all that. So Seed Star YouTube or YT went to your Insta, and what even in the seas is that banner? It's an interesting banner, isn't it? I talked about it in a video, so if you want to look at my YouTube and watch the video I made on the degenerate banner, yeah, it's definitely an eye catcher, for sure. I plan to do other banners and stuff like that in the future, but I was just having fun. What do we got going on here? We have robots too. We don't like robots. Get out of here, robots. Yeah, I think I actually have the banner. Let's see here. Should be in recent. Screenshots. Nah, I think I went too far out of history. But hopefully that explains the difference between an illustration piece and like a comic strip or something like that. Hopefully. Maybe. That all being said, I think we're done with the box as far as the box is concerned at this current point in time. I'm going to merge these layers though. That way the box is all on one thing. Went to your Insta. He followed me from another stream. I recognize the little shit. I think he's targeting smaller streamers. Are you accidentally typing in the wrong chat? Seated Star? I don't know if you're typing in the wrong chat or not. Just in case. I figured I might as well mention it if you're still, obviously you're still here. So, but if you're not, then you're gonna have to elaborate a little bit because I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, the bot. Oh, okay, the bots, yeah. No, that's probably my third bot since I've been on stream. So, I mean, they're just... It is what it is. It is a fact of life with everything you do. Except for YouTube. I guess YouTube, I haven't seen a single bot with YouTube streams. So whatever YouTube is doing, it works. Twitch, on the other hand, whole different story there. So we are going to move on to the dynamite. So got the box, got the rat. Move on to dynamite. Let's do the dynamite. So we're going to do a dynamite base. Now this is going to be really simple. I'm not going to do too much with this. It should be a so the base coat should be base coat. 2 shades, a flash, and a highlight. That's what I'm thinking for the dynamite. So let's go over here. Let's grab a nice, decent red color. I think right about there is going to work. And let's start filling it in. Obviously, the string or the fuse lines are going to be separate. The wrap is going to be separate from this dynamite. So we are just filling in dynamite. Just go ahead and start filling it in. Of course, as always, we will fix the white spots when we get there. Oop. Don't want that. Have you tried drawing Pokemon before? Yeah. Now, the caveat to that, of course, is... Oh, I accidentally did. The caveat to that is I don't typically draw other IPs, and just the simplicity of it is it's technically copyright infringement, and I don't really believe in fan art for the most part. I mean, I might be a little outside the norm with that thought process, but I don't mind making a Fakemon. Like Fakemon, perfectly fine. Essentially, if the thing that I'm drawing does not exist in the main anime series or whatever it is that I'm drawing as far as reference to, and is a completely custom character, completely custom everything, doesn't exist in the Pokemon universe or Digimon or One Piece, it doesn't matter, then I have no problem making it. But yeah, so yeah, if you're talking about Fakemon, absolutely. I have not dabbled in it too much. I'm trying to think of actually an instance where I made a Fakemon. I think I've only touched Fakemon or made Fakemon when I was a traditional artist still. I don't think I've ever done a digital Fakemon as far as that's concerned. Wouldn't be opposed to doing it though, obviously. That is about as far into someone else's IP I will ever go, is creating something that does not exist in their current lineup of characters or whatever. I dabbled, so talking about Fakemon a little bit, I dabbled in the idea of like an Australian setting and creating Pokemon from the outback essentially. And so I had like a kangaroo type Pokemon. I had some lizards like saltwater crocodile, stuff like that. A lot of poison types. A lot of poison types in the Australian outback there, because everything's out to bite you and kill you in Australia. But no, that's about as far as I went. But again, I wouldn't mind exploring that again, if that's something that people are interested in. I don't know if I would do it for myself per se, but if enough people were like, dude, you need to do like Fakemon, I'll be like, okay, sure. Absolutely. And Pokemon in general are incredibly easy to draw. They're just, I love how simple they are for the most part, and that they're so recognizable too. Now, granted, they Pokemon is in a weird subject with the world, especially at this point in time, but you know how simple the character designs are, but yet they're so recognizable. And so doing that for a Fakemon is kind of what you're after, is something simple but easily recognizable, something that you'd be like, oh yeah, that belongs in the Pokemon world. That's pretty much what you have to think about. Difficulty, Australian, I draw a Fakemon based on whatever I think of, but I really think it doesn't look like a Pokemon and more like a D&D creep. Yeah, getting, and that's of course towards the popularity of why Pokemon is like, it's hard to match it, weirdly enough, for how simple the creatures and even the characters are. Matching that aesthetic is difficult. There is an art form in itself in simplicity, and keeping things simple and being able to be effective with that simplicity is incredibly difficult. Hell, I can do like a little doodle real quick. Let's see. You got me inspired. So I won't even look at a reference or anything like that, but like, let's just think about a Pokemon real quick here. Let's think about, I don't know. Hey, Seeded Star, you tell me a type of Pokemon that you would like to see. I'm gonna go back to the Goblin Check. Seeded Star, you tell me a Pokemon that you would like to see come in that obviously doesn't exist at this point in time. And I will draw, I think, what it should look like if we're trying to find a Pokemon aesthetic. But I won't even use references. I will just simply try my best to think about the years and years that I have been involved with Pokemon as a fan, and how to translate that to a completely custom Pokemon. Minerals and ores have been explored really much. Yeah, I mean, we have a few, I guess you could say, mineral Pokemon in some way, shape, or form. Like maybe like the Regis, like Registeel, Regirock, Regieleki, and stuff like that. That's kind of like in that tone, in my personal opinion. Then you have, I guess you could say, like rock type Pokemon and ground types, which have maybe something. But I think what you are probably talking about is like an actual like, let's just think of the mineral Cobalt, like, you know, a Pokemon that's made out of cobalt or made out of pure iron or something like that. Or well, I guess you could say Goldango is like obviously using gold, real gold. But a mineral Pokemon, interesting. Let me think about this real quick. So a mineral Pokemon could be essentially a ground or rock type as its primary, and then could be a steel, maybe fairy type, maybe maybe even poison, just depending on the type of mineral that we're talking about. As I'm coloring here, I'm going through ideas in my head of what I would make a mineral Pokemon. Minerals. Okay. I just thought of one. It'd be kind of cute. And it'd be super simple. I mean, it's kind of already been done a little bit with a type of Pokemon I'm thinking of, but I think I don't know. I'm altering that. I'm altering it in my head right now on how I would present this, but okay, got the dynamite colored for the most part. We'll work on that, but let's see here. So let's draw a. Ooh, that's a little dark. Let's draw a fake mon real quick. We actually want this down here. I have this idea in the head, but it might get altered a little bit here and there. Well, that would be an interesting concept. Ooh. Won't go that big. Thinking. So again, I'm not using any references. I'm not trying to look at any references. So, because I'm thinking about a Pokemon in its simplified form. So essentially, what I'm making here, let's go ahead and just do a final line art. And I'll explain. And then if we need to alter anything, we will.
Probably just gonna use a straight line tool. That'd be the easiest thing to do, since this is mostly straight lines. If that's too much detail. I made a future paradox yesterday and also 2 stages of grass starter, but I really need to learn more. Yeah, you know, when we're delving into the world of Pokemon, or again, an IP that we really want to try and emulate as best as possible, it is difficult to figure out, like, well, how would a Pokemon artist do this? Right. Of course, we have a lot of cleanup to do, but we'll just run through this real quick. Just use the ellipse tool. Yeah, we're gonna drain that right there. It's good. Let me do that. Gabriel says, it depends on the generation. There are some minor changes to the design along. Yes, true. And that stems from a multitude of things. Different artists that are working on the artwork itself. And then you have, I guess you could say this, the general evolution of artwork. Let's get rid of this layer here. And of course, I'm just doing this in grayscale. I'm not going to do colors and stuff like that. And then, as far as this is concerned, Ah. So the idea here is like a salt cube Pokemon. Maybe call it like Saltile, or I don't know. We can come up with all sorts of names. So if this is the general idea of like a salt cube Pokemon of some sort, and this is obviously the stage 1. And essentially what I kind of want to do is like it turns into like a fossilized dinosaur of some sort, but it's all made out of salt. Have you made any commissions? No. I've done work for a trading card game, and I guess you could say that was a commission. I'm not counting that though, because I really haven't done much for people in general. I have essentially, I think I went to a few comic conventions and have had a few people approach me, and I've like charged them like $10 for like a little doodle like this, you know, and that's about it. But as far as like a full like doing something on this level for somebody, no, I wouldn't even know what to charge for something of this much elaboracy. It'd be a lot though. It would really depend on something, but to answer your question, no, I have not really done commissions for anybody. Eventually, I'd like to, of course. Eventually. So, to cap this learning experience also, how close would I have gotten with a Pokemon that would be something like this? And I was thinking in my head, Pokemon like... let's see here. So I'm going to show you examples of what was going through my head. And then let me do a print screen of this. So I had three Pokemon in my head that I was trying to think of, and I'll show you what they are. Yeah, Nacolite. That's actually a really good name. That is an incredible name. Let's see here. Open. So these were the three Pokemon that I was thinking about. Trapinch, of course, for the jaw. Just seeing how Pokemon would make they have very wide, if you notice here. So again, I didn't use any references, but they have a very wide angle, and so I try to keep that wide angle through. And Trapinch in itself has what, 3 points visible, and I have 1, 2, 3, 1, and of course his mouth is open, so there's going to be more points, but 1, 2, 3, 4-ish, 3.5 points. So that works. The eyeball is interesting, but I didn't really derive too much else from Trapinch when I was thinking about it. Regirock, though, obviously the cubism of this. Now, granted, since this is a first form Pokemon, don't really care to add a whole lot of detail. This is, of course, what is Regirock considered a mythical? Is it mythic or legendary? You let me know in the chat if Regirock is mythic or legendary. Either way, though, even Regirock, though, doesn't have that many faces on the rocks. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're right. First stage should be a max of 2 unique things, 100%. And that's what I was thinking about, keeping it super simple. And so the nostrils and the eyeballs, right? And then, of course, the mouth. And then Duskull was essentially the eyeball. That's what I wanted in this, was an eyeball that was like Duskull's in some way, shape, or form. And so seeing that information, what would I change about this? Not a lot, to be honest with you. I don't think I would change too much about this. If we look at the extras, you know, like Trapinch has an interesting little design on it and some tubular feet. Okay, thinking about things right now. Regirock, of course, you know, is what it is. But Duskull, I think I'd have a little bit more involved with this, because these 3 teeth right here are really cool. And of course, the eyeball and just the general makeup of Duskull, and this little swoosh up here is very unique. So, is there anything else I could add to make this unique? Probably something along the lines of maybe a crest. I could do like a crest. I could also make a different pattern, because of course, as far as the colors are concerned, we have a little bit of a pattern on everything. So we got 2 colors on Regirock. We got a few colors and like a splotch on Duskull. We have 2 colors on Trapinch as well. So really, I would only have like 2 colors involved. So let's spruce this up a little bit. And we're gonna go back to our first draft layer here. Get back to our and something that would be unique to this, that would be interesting, that would be catching the eye. And I think some sort of crest, maybe. I don't think I'm doing as much of an angle that I need to. A little smaller. I think it would actually go. Would it go all the way back there like that? Dex entry. Its large nostrils are finally tuned to sniff out underground salt for consumption. If it does not consume enough sodium chloride, it will start to crack and weaken. Yeah. I mean, again, you got Gabriel that came up with a fantastic name for it. You got Seeded Star that came up with a great Dex entry, and off of something that really isn't. I mean, there was a little bit of thought process behind it, right? But this ultimately wasn't all that difficult to make up. And again, you know, as far as what's the words I'm looking for? As far as like the first stage evolution, this is interesting. I mean, it could be somewhat similar to like Onyx, and there's like little cubes, you know, behind it or something like that, that are attracted statically. So let's just think about salt for a second. I believe salt is conductive of electricity. This here is salt conductive. No, solid salt is not conductive. It acts as an electrical insulator. Okay, so it's not. It wouldn't work. I was thinking of like almost like a ground electric type or something like that. But, I mean, ground ghost. Is there even a ground ghost type in Pokemon? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a ground ghost type in Pokemon. I could be wrong. I'm not all 100% caught up with everything in the Pokemon world. But yeah. So this, I think this would be a viable Pokemon. I don't know if everybody would agree with that, but I think this would be viable. We could, again, like I said, spruce it up a little bit. But I think this is enough. And then what we could do with the second stage is start adding more salt blocks and stuff like that. And again, maybe it could... then it could, let's see here, Seeded Star says this could really be turned into a turtle too. Then a crest would make sense. Yeah, right. I was thinking, as far as where I wanted to go with this, if I were to continue forward with other stages, would be eventually it would turn into like a Brontosaurus, like a long neck dinosaur. And so as it consumes and salt and stuff like that during its burrowing stages. This stage here, salt accumulates into something of that nature. So like either a brontosaurus or I know onyx has already been done, but it could turn into something like onyx. Maybe this would be like a regional variant of onyx. No, I don't know. There's a lot to play with something like this. Now, as far as evolution is concerned, let's take that into consideration. So the eyeballs usually change when we evolve, and but they get a different shape. So like Trapinch is, what is it, Vibrava? Vibrava is Vibrava. Brava. Pokemons. I mean, so yeah, I mean, Vibrava gets insect-like actual eyeballs, and then when it turns into Flygon, it keeps that insect-like eyeball, but makes it more of like a pupil, a dragon pupil. The design I was going for on my own grass starter are aphids and the tree of 40 fruit. Oh, okay. That'd be interesting. So like an insect that's like maybe growing trees around it or something like that, or growing trees out of it, or fruit out of it. Be interesting to see. Needless to say. But yeah, I think this would be a definitely unique outside of, I would say, a normal Pokemon type of animation. It would really actually and here's the funny thing too, as far as Pokemon is concerned, it's also how you color it. That is another determining factor on how Pokemon-y a Fakemon can get, is how you color it. And so learning the style of Pokemon and how they color their Pokemon and color their characters and how they do lighting and all that other fun stuff is going to also sink in, like, oh, this is clearly a Fakemon of some sort. But yeah, okay, well, oh, we went off the rails, man. We went off the rails. That's fine. Had fun. Gotta have fun. All right, so let's lock this layer because we're gonna work on the single layer on this. I think 9 size is okay, but we'll bump it up to a 12. And now we're just going to do our shading. Let's see. Oh, it's a TNT box. Haha, I'm so silly. I'm so silly. No, you don't have to worry about distracting me at all. And I mean, I plan to be on stream all day until I get this artwork done. So I am not stopping until we are done with this thing. Now, granted, of course, if it's bedtime, I gotta stop the stream and go to bed, then kick back off tomorrow. I got 2 days to get this done. We will do it. We will get her done. But no, you were perfectly fine. Obviously, if I didn't want to entertain it, I wouldn't have entertained it. So I appreciate you giving a suggestion and a different topic to. I mean, it's a nice little happy distraction. Can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at that. Nice little happy distractions. Let's see here. So this inner ring, for the most part, this is going to be shaded, and we might have. Well, this is all going to be. This whole thing is going to be shaded. There shall not be no light here this day. No light whatsoever. And this is all going to be shaded too. Tiny little bit of light maybe. And then a little bit more light over here. Now, you could be asking yourselves, well, why am I creating light so down far low? Well, it's because of this lip that Dynamite has. This little circle that I made, there's actually a lip in it. All it is it's a really big cast shadow. That's all that is. It's a really, really big cast shadow. Bring that through all the way back. Follow the band here. Whoop. And I'm gonna do a nice thin shadow right there. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Same here. Follow the band. Once you get the knack of how shading should work, this doesn't take too long. Hey man, keep it up. I'm a young furry artist, but I love the work and I'm here to support. Cool Cats rock. You're being cool. Much love. Thank you much. I appreciate you, bro. Brah. Try not to assume. But yeah, furry artist. I've done some furry stuff. I've been down with the fur. And I haven't done a whole lot of furry art though, but oh, Seedstar, I'll have to log off for today. It's 1 a.m. Dang. But I definitely want to catch the next stream. Thanks for having me. Sorry I couldn't stick around longer. No problem. Thank you very much for coming on in. I really do appreciate you. Get some rest. Get some rest. I'll be here. So if you wake up at some estranged hour of the night, I might still be here. But yeah, catch you next time, Seedstar. Yes. All this is going to be shaded back here. It's all going to be shaded. Shade. I follow that band. It'll be fine like that. So far what I'm doing is definitely much more of a cell shading technique than what I have been doing, but of course we're going to be changing this. This is again the very first shade layer, so we're obviously going to have much more to do. We got probably at least one more shade layer to do aside from this one. And then we're going to blend it all in. The parts that we do need to blend in. Obviously, this Dynamite is more so facing toward the light source, so I'm just kind of putting that in there like that. Yeah, I just have been waiting to board the bus for my next varsity soccer game, and I guess I found this, and I think this is kind of sick, so yeah, keep it going. Awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. And, you know, I don't mind. I'm definitely in a illustration like discovery phase, and I'm learning more and more, and I'd plan to do different subjects and stuff like that as well. And yeah, this however has been truly a test of all of my skills that I have been recently learning and applying them in this. So you are seeing my maxing. I have maxed out everything with this illustration. This is just gonna be fully shaded. But as far as your soccer game, hopefully you do well. I'll be rooting for you. You'll have to come back in and let me know how it went. And as far as all of this Dynamite back here, it probably is all going to be just shaded in because it's inside the box. So I'm gonna make this really easy on myself. And just bloop, shade the whole dang thing. Look there, all shaded. Shade, shading it, baby. Okay, so that's all shaded. let's go to the next shade. So down to the left, down. So this is going to be the darker version, of which, of course, that would be right there. Now we're getting a little bit more defined. Let's make a nice sharp edge right along these bands. Oop, a little too far on that one. It's fine. And we're gonna come out just a scotch. I like to do triangles with round objects because it kind of notes like a sense of roundness when you do triangles like that. All right, now let's get some character in this. There we go. It's going to be super shaded because that's like super blocked in. This is going to be super shaded. Yes, super shade. All of this is going to be super shaded. It's blocked in. You're not going to see anything. And then we'll go further with this. We might do like a fairly thin line. We don't want to do a whole lot. This is going to be super shaded. So it's just getting squished by everything. And then that dynamite is laying on top of this, so we're going to have a little bit more shade, a little bit more deeper. And as you see, we were definitely creating some depth where it's lighter towards the front, darker towards the back. Same thing here. We're going to make that wood kind of be our point of contact for how dark that shade is going to be. That all gets shaded dark. That's going to be left alone. For the most part, we'll do a little line underneath that band. Same here with this band, just a little line. Go down, down, down. Little triangle right there. Yeah, thanks, man. Wish us best. I just got out of the weight room. I got a good back and chest workout. Good stuff. And I'm trying to bulk. We're bulking up to 150 pounds, since right now I'm 145 at 8% body fat. So yeah, wish me the best. Absolutely. I mean, training the body is always a hard thing to do and accomplish and be effective at your training. And obviously when it all comes together, right, we want it to be effective and we want to see the results. So as far as my knowledge is concerned with exercise, you know, you're going to hit those plateaus where you think you're not gaining anything. But that's where the pushes come into play, where you just push yourself to keep going and don't get discouraged, because eventually your body will start to get itself back into a new groove and gain more muscle, whatever you need, whatever you're trying to accomplish, it's going to happen. So just keep at it. Keep at it. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know why I'm doing that. It's going to be so far pushed back there, we're not even going to see much of it anyways. Same with this, but there's going to be just a little poke of light. Just a little poke of light. And then that right there. Shoop. There we go. That's all going to be dark. Down there. Fantastic. I'm tempted to just go ahead and make that all dark. And then all of this is all going to be stupid dark for them. Well, this one will be. This one mostly, but not all the way. Just a little sliver of light. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going, but have a good time with drawing and stay safe out there. Much love and thanks for the support. I will subscribe to the YouTube. Hey, cool. Hey, Cool Cats Rock. Thanks for coming on in. Appreciate you. Much love. Have fun at your soccer game. Come back and let me know how it goes. Let me know. Let me know. All right. So as you can see, what we're doing is we're pushing things back. There's a lot of understanding light theory in this right here. There is a lot. So we have this dynamite at the top here that's laying on top of this other one. That's going to get most of the light because it's on top. So we got to make sure that it's, for the most part, the most highlighted that we can get. The one underneath in it, as you start to push the dynamite underneath that other one, it starts to get darker and darker and darker, with the outside two dynamite here receiving the same kind of level of shade as the other one because it's out from anything that's possibly casting shadow on it. The other dynamite, the last one that's in the far back, quite obvious. It's inside the box. And the only reason why there's much light or anything like that that you can see on that dynamite in the back there is because of the light that would be possibly poking in from the open cavity. So that is how you need to think about things when you're doing your shades, and you want to go darker and darker the further back you take something when it's going in the side of something. If it's outside, like if I were to draw mountains in the back here, it actually gets lighter. But it also depends on the time of day too. But it actually gets lighter. And yeah, we could do examples like that eventually if I ever work on something like that. So. Do I want to do another shade? The answer is yes, because these are so far back here that we really are going to lose a lot of detail. Just a lot of detail lost. I think this actually might work for that. Yeah, that's fine. And as you notice, like when we go to these darker and darker shadows, I don't use as much, right? Because again, when you go, the darker and darker of shadows you go, the less of it you want to use, because you're not going to provide a whole lot of depth in understanding that something is way the heck back here versus something that's way over here. And so you need to be sparing with your darkest shades. So I feel like that's good. Let's work on the highlights. So to do highlights, we need to grab our base color and work in the opposite direction. So we need to go up and left, and then slide our color wheel up towards yellow. And then we will get our highlights, of which we probably will have a little bit of highlight going on around these rims of the dynamite. Might be just this one. And then we'll have there's not going to be much highlight on this. This one right here will get it. And then this one right here. And see, now we have a focus of light. This one will get it. This one will get it. And I'm making sure to stop where my shadows are, because clearly the light's not going to really, as far as these hard lights, they're not going to go into the shadow. Could put one up here a little bit. And highlights also are to be used sparingly as well. There's not like a much instance unless we are like directly in the sunlight. Where we are going to require a ton of highlight. I will actually blur this out. Just make it a little softer. Yeah. Now, one of my favorite parts, flashing. So we're going to take a nice blue teal color and go mostly gray. And we have our soft brush, but we're not going to need that much deepness there. And then we're going to give certain sections, especially the darkest section, this flash. And again, remember what I said, when you start pushing things back, right? You start pushing things inside stuff, things are going to start losing its detail, start losing its color, and it's going to become lighter. Flashing is an interesting thing because you are basically seeing like, okay, this is clearly pushed into the back. And it's weird because this is one of the weirdest fundamentals of color theory and lighting theory, is that when you start to push something towards the back of something, even if it's going to a cave, it's going to get lighter, but less noticeable. Another example of flashing that I did, I touched on this before, but we're talking about the same thing, which is this ribbon, right? So as it comes forward, we get the full detail. We start to see everything because our focus with our eyes, we can see that everything, all the colors are correct. But that other ribbon tail is going away from the character, and so we're not going to be able to focus on it. It's going to start to lose its color, its meaning. And when we look and use a light blue, we tend to give a sense of distance. And so we can see that that is clearly going into the back of everything and is becoming less important and faded away from our focus. Same concept with the dynamite down there. If we look at the dynamite just from this zoomed out angle, we can tell like, oh, there's like a shadow, almost like a weird shadow that's in the back of that box. And of course, that inside the actual cavity of the box is going to share some of this too. Now, you could also say that this is a style choice. I didn't have to necessarily do that, and you would all understand that the dynamite is being pushed into the back. I just think it's a good flavor. And I typically flash things that I believe are going out of focus or going way back into the deep of an art piece. And there's not a whole lot here that's doing that, but this bomb back here is actually going to be doing this. I will definitely be mostly flashing this bomb, as it's definitely in the background and you shouldn't really be paying much attention to it. I know this isn't really a lesson per se, so unfortunately, if you get what I'm saying, then you get it. If you don't, I do plan to do lessons on everything that I'm kind of encompassing with this and teaching you how you could get to this point in your artwork. Okay, so the dynamite aspect is done. Now we're going to work on these strips, and the strips I think I'm going to make a dark brown. I think a dark brown will work. Yeah. Okay. Dynamite wraps. Okay. So let's find a happy little brown. We're gonna go pretty dark with it though. And then we're just gonna apply our base coat. And it's the same principles all over again. Just an act of repetition. And since I put this layer underneath the dynamite, essentially I'm afforded to just go ahead and color in haphazardly. Now granted, I didn't account for the fuse there on that one, but that's fine. The fuse will be last. And that's mostly because in the reality of things, there's not much to do with the fuses. I don't think I'm going to go too crazy with those either. All right, let's start working on it. We're going to lock that layer in. Go down, over, shift, and everywhere that needs to be a shadow. There's a crease there, and then That all is getting put in there. This is all shadowed in. Whole thing. Boop. This whole thing. Boop. This from there. That's all. And then we're gonna have a little bit of a shadow right at the bottom there. And this too. Because why not? We could also do something cool with the fuse line. So the fuse line is over top of this dynamite. And as far as how the shadow would go, would be something like this. Yeah. There we go. That's a good shadow. Yeah. So an instance of where we have a cast shadow from the fuse of the dynamite above it. We're going to go at a little bit more of an angle. Let's see where that box would be. Would probably be more like that. Yeah, that'd be more appropriate. And then definitely right there. So that is the first shade. Drop it down, make it darker. We're going dark, baby. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff right there. That's all the way back there. Let's shade the top of that. Let's get this little roll. We got a little roll there. And then this right here is going to be more sharp. There we go. Really pops off the other one. Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. There we go. Nothing else to do there. We can just go ahead and do max shading on that. That's fine. We could do, let's just do it. Get her done. Just do it. Shade that all dark. All right, one more shade. Hey, boo-boo. One more shade. And we're gonna do this right here. That's fine. This actually is gonna start receiving its own shade lines. I have that just like that. All right. There you be. There you be. There you be. Pretty easy to shade, isn't it? I might make it look easy. I don't know. Now, do we do some highlights? Now, actually, since these are flat surfaces, I'm actually going to be using a soft airbrush and having a fairly wide area. I want to make sure the circle goes off of these strips here. And so we're going to take the base color. We're going to go up and to the left and shift up towards yellow on our color palette. And then we're just going to do one of these. And that just gives it enough of a highlight to be like, oh, okay. And that's it. There's nothing else to do there. And now we're going to do our flashing, because we still got flashing to do. Just like we did with this. And just go, whoop. We might make the brush a little bigger. Yep. So that way we match up. And you see that highlight there. Good deal. Again, it might make it look easy, but it's just one of those things where once you practice this a lot, it just becomes second nature. You just do it. You don't even think about it. Like, it's actually weird for me to explain it because I'm so quick in my head. And like, okay, this just needs to happen. This just needs to happen. This just needs to happen. And I'm like, and then now I'm having to slow down to think about it. And like, how do I explain this to you? How do I explain it? All right, let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit, and I think that's plenty good for the dynamite. And now we just need to do the fuses. Fuses I'm gonna make pretty darn simple. I think they're just gonna be a monochrome gray color. I'm not gonna give too much attention to it. Do basic shading as we have been doing. Maybe even more basic. There are some aspects of this, however, like I do have to give some thought to. That's fine. All right, let's go ahead and start manually coloring this. And then some of you probably are like, oh, that's, you know, pretty crazy. Oh, I didn't even realize that. There's actually another dynamite back here. I was like, something seems off. It's because there's another dynamite back here. It's fine, we'll fix it. Too easy. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. You're not going to pay attention to it. The only people paying attention to it are the ones in stream right now. Oh, that's part of the floor. Yeah, sometimes you just got to get right up in the face of your artwork and start coloring it. Like, if you think about it, I mean, I'm so zoomed in right now. I'm so zoomed in right now. Focusing on the smallest dang aspects of this artwork that I'm literally paying attention to pixels. Let's see here. So as far as all of this is concerned, we can go ahead and lock the layer. I'm gonna take pure black, and use the soft airbrush and just start going to town. I don't have much of a care in the world. Of anything. There's a lot of mistakes in there, but that's fine. All right, let's go ahead and we'll keep the pure black because we're just going to go over those white dots that we see and just fill it in. That looks a little better. And as far as all that is concerned, just some minor shadowing. Again, this is really pretentious, and I really don't need to be giving too much focus to this at all. It's just fuses. But I will do a flash effect in the back over there. And that's about it. That's it. There you go. Dynamite. Yes. All right, next is the cavity. So Dynamite TNT box cavity. Woo. Okay. Sorry about that. Give me a second. All sorts of shit just happened. Oh my God, that was ridiculous. Ugh. All right. Yeah, literally, literally had a freaking wasp. Like, I don't even know if you've seen that on camera or not. Had a freaking wasp just freaking buzz me, bro. Bros and bras. Wow, okay. And then and of course I got up and I stepped on a fucking controller and that hurt like hell. And I turned on the switch because it was the Switch controller. What the hell? My foot freaking hurts. Oh well. Back to it then. Alright, we're gonna go mostly black, but not quite black. And we're just gonna fill this bad boy in. We probably could just do this. Yeah, there we go. And then we're going to take pure black. Oops. Definitely gonna be more of a faded flash than anything. There we go. That'll work. Okay. And we're making a new folder and call it the TNT box. And throw everything we just did in the TNT box. It's all related. What is it? It's 12:53 my time. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 46 minutes. Dear Lord, and what have we accomplished in 5 hours and 46 minutes? The answer? Nothing. We've done nothing. We've done Fakemon and some stuff and things and stuff. Now, here's the question that is presented unto the general public, which is, it says it in the title, right? I think I may have put myself into a corner. Streaming until the art is done. What does this mean? Well, by technicality, it means I can't stop streaming until this artwork is done, right? But I'm trying to think, how do I take a break? Because I am getting hungry. It's like lunchtime. So I want to make myself something to eat, but I'm sure people don't want to watch me eat. Weirdos. And of course I want to watch a few episodes of my anime too. So what I'm thinking is maybe I can put up like a standby screen of some sort. I didn't think about this before I started this, but have a standby screen up and just play some shit while I take a break, and then yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I mean, I've been at it for almost 6 hours now, and I will return to do this. So best thing I can do is keep this up like this, so you can view and do whatever you want with that. As far as that's concerned, I'm going to save it real quick. And then I'm going to mute my microphone. Obviously, all the sounds that are going to be coming through is just from the desktop itself. I have everything done there. That's good there. Another thing I could do is I could pop up the YouTube of the music. I don't know. But as obviously also I'm going to disable the camera too. Well, anyways, I'm going to go on break, and I will see you in a little while. Okay? But enjoy the tunes, enjoy the artwork. I'll put this up on like full screen or whatever, and yeah, go from there. But see you in a little while. Hello, everybody. I am back. I am doing these things again, yeah. I had a good little break. Watched an episode of an anime. Got myself a couple hot dogs. And a Mountain Doozle. Yep. I'm back to it again. Gotta get this thing done, bro. Bros and bros gotta get this stuff done. All right. Let's work on the hiding bomb. Hiding bomb. Yes, yes. Everything is coming and going according to plan. Good, good. Bloop, bloop. Yes. All right. So that is what essentially an unlit bomb would look like. Sorry, I haven't been talking too much. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep like the theme the same as the bomb up here. The bomb has these glowy teeth and stuff like that, and the pupils and all that fun stuff, right? And all these wonderful little shine marks, of course, which we'll get into soon. But then I want to kind of like, I was thinking about, well, how would I translate this into like a non-lit bomb? I think it still needs to be sentient. I think that an unlit bomb would still have these qualities like the lit bomb does, but you just don't see the eyes and the teeth and all that very well. Yes. Yes. So now we're going to do a little bit of highlight. The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Oh, ads. I've actually been doing pretty good about not having any ads, but I've switched up music, so that's what it is. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Just hiding back out. Just hiding back there. Super shine. Super shiny ball. Yeah. Now we just need to do the fuse. All right. Now let's get the box. Let's get the folder out and put Mr. Hiding bomb color. Yes, queen. Let's do shell casings. And these will be very simple too. One of these casings I'm going to have smoke coming out of it. I think this one right here that I'm drawing on right now, or painting on right now, I'm going to have smoke coming out of it. A little extra smoke. A smoky smoke. Yes. Yes. Little smirky smirk action. We all like the smirky smirk. Okie dokie. I need a C shape. There we go. That's what I need. Trying to figure out highlights. I don't know if I think I got it. I think I'm going to use a soft airbrush and just kind of, yeah. Not too crazy about the inside of this. It definitely needs flashing in there, but I just don't know. I think I need to circle it and then just do a clean swipe right through it. Yeah, that's better. That's better. All right, let's add some smoke. Make it a little less loud. That's better. Yeah, that's a little better. I was just thinking, I'm like, I think it needs to be just a little larger, actually. I think that'll work. Hmm.
Build your way to more rewards with the Business Platinum Card from American Express.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression.
Sometimes it feels like there's no way out of that. Okay. Fantastic. All right, that's got the shells done, I believe. All right, let's work on the dead man's leg. We're so close. We just got 2 more elements to do. And then we are going to mess with the chat bubbles up here a little bit. So, and then we got some background, a little bit of background to do, and then we need to come up with a name. A name for our goblin babe. Yes. Yes. All right. Let's see here. What do we want to do? We'll do pants first. Did my pants. And we'll just make it 1 layer. And as far as shading and stuff is concerned, this is technically one of those figures where we are going off of the map in the opposite direction. So I probably will have it fade to black instead of flashing it. Mm. All right. Then we're gonna do his socks.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Like a great neighbor, stay your ass over there.
When we're needed most, we show up. That's Lowe's.
You
kind of
don't do
move.
shit, Lowe's. I haven't seen you doing shit. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie in front of all these people. All right. And then the dead man's shoe. Oh boy. So close, ladies and gentlemen. We're so close. Actually tempted to do a multiply layer and just go from there, because really the back of his shoe is going to be pretty shaded. Since it's going to be facing away from the light, essentially. Yes.
Hay dos tipos de personas en college. Las que nunca han probado la mayonesa en un McChicken. Y las que no pueden estudiar sin ella. Para pa pa pa.
This your bag, sir?
What gave it away?
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with
Gotta go,
the
Gecko!
It took 2 minutes.
I can save you 15% more by switching to your car insurance. boy. Now I just need to color in his little... What is it? Shoe pins? Shoe pins. Shoe pins! Cool Cats Rock says, hey, I'm back. The game got cut short, sadly, because of the bad weather. But it is what it is. Thanks for the support. Hey, it's disappointing, but you know what? You always got next time, and that just means you have more time to train for the next game. So that way you're just even better. You're even better. And sorry I didn't get to your message right away. I was focusing on something and making sure that I was doing it the way I wanted it done. But welcome back. Welcome back. Appreciate you coming back in. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Not gonna mess around too much with these shoe pins. Just a quick color and we're done. We're done. Quick color and we're done. There we go. Well, all that's left, ladies and gentlemen, is the floor. So this is what's next. We got the floor to do. Then we have the cast shadowing to do. Then we're going to do a character backdrop background. Then we're going to mess around a little bit with the chat bubbles. And then we're going to write out the name of this character on the left-hand side in this little blank space there, and we are done. So we got some stuff to do still, but we will be done. We are in the final stretch. Okay. All right, so this is going to be interesting because we're going to have to stay within the lines and not go outside of it. And we got a lot going on. So we're going to pick like a medium color on this and then just go forward from there. Oh, it's crazy. Doing crazy things right now. Trying to get an overall fill. And then, of course, as always, we will just grace our presence. To be freaking honest with you, I kind of like this flat color. I like that it's flat. I don't know about you, but I like the fact that this doesn't have any shading whatsoever on it. As I'm doing this, I'm just like, well, this is really nice. But obviously we're going to do a little something, I would imagine, but it's interesting that a flat, just a simple flat color really sets the, woo. Interesting. All I can say is interesting. We shall explore all of this once we get it all filled in. Okay. I know that we got some screws and stuff like that, but we will fill them in as we need to. But my major concern is just getting all of the spots covered. taken care of. Obviously, we'll erase any overture. I'm sure there is a technique out there to make this easier than what I'm doing it, but I don't know. There's just so many. Well, there would be an easier way if.
$14.99 a month for a streaming app.
Oh my god!
And $9.99 a month
Stupid
for a music
ads.
app.
Get out of here. I think there would be an easier way for me to do this if I didn't draw in all of this line, or that I put these lines on a separate layer, and therefore all I would have is essentially the outline of the floor. All I'd have to hit is fill, and then turn back on my line art for the internal line art. And I do this all the time, I just didn't do it with this, but the internal line art would then just go over top of my color, and I would have no blank spots whatsoever. Sometimes we just don't think of all those things. Sometimes. I'm gonna go ahead and color these nails in anyways, because I can just change the color. I can change the color. So, Cool Cats, did you end up, if you're still in here, did you end up playing? So you said it got cut short. So did you play at all? Hello, little kitty. You're a crazy little kitty. Crazy kitty. Crazy little kitty. All right. Intense, bros and bras. Intense. Okay. So we got the floor done. Now we're going to do some just basic shadows and things. Whoa. Whoa. Grab the whole thing. All right. Let us do our... Like I said, I'm not going to do much with the floor. I like the idea of keeping it as simple as possible. Now let's do our cast shadows, and that should be pretty interesting. We're going to put it underneath all this. Cast shadows. And then we're going to make it a multiply layer. And we're going to do a complete neutral color. Maybe a little bluish. But here we go. Yeah. No, that's good. See how much that just popped that boot right off of there, man. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Now if we look at the width, her leg is probably going to be back behind a little bit here. We may need to do a secondary cast shadow because this one is going to be much more crisp than the one behind it. So let's do our primaries like that are really close to the surface, like these right here. Like I said, this should be one of your last. Last things that you do. So, yep, we're just lifting things up off of the stuff. Now the rat is jumping off, so funnily enough, we are going to have a cast shadow from him that comes down off of the paper. So right about here is where that cast shadow is going to be for the little root. However, we are going to do some advanced work for it. And like I said, most of these cast shadows are going to be pretty soft. But again, you know, you can use your imagination and be like, oh, wow, that's where that goes. That's pretty crazy. Same for this one. It's not going to be as... We need to make that a little tighter. Let's go ahead and just use the pen tool. We have cast shadow for the wood floor itself. Now this is an interesting concept because the nails are poking out. Technically they would be floating. So this platform would actually be like doing one of these numbers. All right, we'll abandon the cast shadow from that. Fire stabilization. It's a little much. 250.
New
All right.
resealable packaging keeps Oscar Mayer Deli fresh.
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Let's locate the toilet. Easy Clean foaming toilet cleaner. Brush
Locating a
less,
toilet.
foam more.
Weirdos. Bunch of freaking weirdos. Alright, this is going to be our second cast shadow. This is going to be the one that's a little lighter, but yeah. We'll work on it. Second cast shadows. And this is also a multiply layer. So, with this all being said, her leg should be covering that area there. Okay. Then her bottom should be going this way. Okay. Then we have our little sack thing. Should be right about here. And then her hair might be best just to use a generalization. So and then her arm. Let's see here. Should something like that. Something like that. All right, cool. Now is going to be something interesting. We need to make a copy of this whole folder here. Duplicate that layer. And then duplicate this layer here. We need to put this behind. We need to put this behind everything. So this and this need to go all the way down to the bottom. All the way freaking down. And then we need to circle it. And
Hey, you guys. I heard that premium light is coming.
Wait, what's a premium light?
It's more of the YouTube you love with fewer interruptions.
So now they can watch me do this without ads? Woo!
Ooh, I like this very much.
Yes. Hey, everybody, back to work.
the program's like,
Introducing Premium Light. Way less interruptions. Way
oh
more YouTube.
god,
Only
I killed
$7.99
it.
a month.
Yeah, that is trying hard. But you'll see what we're gonna do here before too long. A lot of artists do this. Dear God, this thing's like, oh, fuck. My computer is working. It is working. I believe in you, computer. I believe in you. You can do it. It's just so intense. I go to 25%. Then we need to do this for the gun too. We need to duplicate. Duplicate the gun. Take that out. And then gun color, duplicate that. And then we put that underneath the gun copy. Okay. Let's go ahead and save this real quick. Alright, so this should, in theory, be everything for the gun. Yes. And we need to make it big enough to fit in our hands. Well, I don't know if it needs to go that big. Well, maybe it is that big. My computer is just not having it. I think I need to make it a little smaller. I'm sure my computer is thankful for that. I should have made this at the same time, but I didn't think about it. I needed to match up with I think it might be just way too big. No, that's too small. Son of a bitch. I think... Damn. Well... Let's see here. Well, this would also work if I fucking put this shit in the right order too. No. I need to put all this underneath, is the color underneath... Okay, so the gun is fine there. The gun color needs to go underneath the goblin color. Son of a bitch. I'm just like, what the... Why isn't this working? Oops. No. Oh my god, come on, computer. You can do it. I believe in you. Don't know if it's that big, but we'll see. And we probably should just go to 25. Sure, why not? Go to... Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's go straight to 25%. Okay, now we should be able to figure this out. Then we should be able to actually just... I don't know why this color is... Cheese on pizza. Alright. Doesn't make much sense, but it is what it is. And we are going to just simply... We just need to find the gun first. Front side metal bits. Inner barrel. Gun case, hammer, screw, cylinder. Gun brass. No, we need grip. Need the grip.
Hey, it's your skin. CeraVe, developed a dermatologist, cleanses and removes excess oil with niacinamide and 3 essential ceramides. CeraVe prevents disruption of my barrier.
CeraVe Foam and Cleanser.
And now introducing new CeraVe Anti-Dandruff Hair Care.
Your home sweet home just got even sweeter because Hobby Lobby has hundreds of exclusive decor items for every room in your house.
No one cares about your stupid ads. Shut up. Dang. Diggity dang. Oh, I just noticed something. This gun is like completely off. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go back in time. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna do the right thing, and just do it the right way. This sucks because the computer is like, ah. "Ah! What are you doing to me?" And I am like, "You're gonna handle it. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna take it." Alright, so we need to make the gun copy. So duplicate that layer. Or put that down over here. Should be fine right there. Gabriel, welcome back in. Welcome back, unless you have never left. I'm not sure, but hi there. Just trying to apply your shading method on a drawing I'm working on. Fantastic. Good. Good. Do you have any questions? Do you think that you're getting it correctly? I'll be more than happy to go back over it again if you want me to. No problem. You just let me know how I can help. Let's see here. So we got the gun copy, and now we need the color. And duplicate that. And put that down over here. Alright, now we should be able to take all of these. My computer's gonna freak out! Freak out! Freak out! Alright. So, okay, now we should be able to do the things. I'm gonna take it nice and slow so my computer doesn't just rage quit on me. I already hear my computer spinning up, spooling up. It's like, dear God. I liked her eyeball like right here. Do I want that? I think so. Think about it, computer. Go ahead and think about it. Take as much time as you need. Take as much time as you need, little computer. You can do this. You were born for digital art and illustration and character design and development and concept. I believe in you, computer. I believe. What you don't see is the incredible amount of smoke coming out of the top of this thing. It's like it is getting fried. That's all right. This is a ton of stress, though, by the way. So do not think that this is Clip Art Studio having issues or my computer. Like, this is a lot of information that I'm asking this program and my computer to do. I'm taking everything I've done for the past 13, 14, 15 hours and to make it bigger and to render it so that way it doesn't get all sloppy. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Do we want to go a little further? Let's go ahead and save this before, again, we go off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going to do like a 15%. Yeah, I think 15% is better. Because we really don't want to take away from the main art, but we also want to make sure that we are doing the things. Okay. We only have, in my personal opinion, one last thing to, well, two things to do. So before we do the last of the last thing, I am going to mess with this bubble up here because I like the idea of messing with it. And so we're going to take her skin color and I want to essentially go around each of these. And then I want to take her skin color, the pattern that I have for her skin, and I'm going to have to go back to my goblin color. So this is why having folders is very important. So now I can go into skin. I have skin pattern right here. Is it at 100%? Yes, it is. So this is her actual skin color. It is faded a little bit, but I think I have a true color somewhere. Maybe, possibly. It's not quite that, but it's close. All right, and then I'm going to go up here, and we're going to do a thing like this. And then we're going to do fun little stuff like this to add some personality to our chat bubbles. Doodle doo doodle doo. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I think they had some personality to the chat bubbles there. And we can make them a little less transparent. Now, I don't know if I want to do this or not. I don't know. I kind of want to find a custom font. Because I don't know if the standard fonts through Clip Art Studio would be what I'm exactly looking for, but we'll try. We could see. So let's grab the text tool. And we're going to make a long skinny box like this, because that's about where we want her name to fit. Oh boy. Naming the Gabo Babe. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. What size? I don't think we need 30. Maybe. Let's try 15. Let's do an F. That might work. Yeah, okay. So let's make the letter F. And we will do red color because we want that to shine through. Shine, shine. Ooh, baby, baby. Shine, shine. Ooh. Man, I don't know if Clip Art has an interesting enough font that I'd be like, oh yeah, we gotta use that. I want something with a lot of like straight edges. I don't know. And obviously we're gonna do some artistic stuff to it as well, but we'll see. I'm rolling through. How about this? No, we want more. Something more straight edged. No. Don't even know why I clicked on that. I don't even know why I clicked on it. Liberator. I don't think so. Impact? No. I might have to do like... Well, you know, come to think about it, I might be able to do one of these that are like close. I might just have to type out the name, get something close, and then I'm going to rasterize the text font and then just go over it. And like make it my own. That might be the best thing to do. So let's do this. I think we're going to increase the letter size a little. Granted, I don't know how... Caps lock. Is this caps locked? Fizzy Pop. I was thinking about this name, Fizzy Pop. I like it. I like it. We'll work with it. So now we're going to rasterize this and see if we can make a little, see if we can take this in a different direction, eh? Might actually use the lasso tool. Try and get this a little bit more straight. It burns my retinas. Jesus, that hurts my eyes too. Might just do a black outline. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm thinking. I might look up some like artistic character name font. That's pretty cool. We could still make this pretty cool too, but I mean, I'm sitting next to a fucking shelf full of Pokemon. We'll hide it for now because I want to try. I never really have taken into a huge consideration on font and the sizes of and custom work and all this other stuff, right? Like I haven't really done a custom font job other than with my Bomber Girl that I did. So I am curious. Ain't no lie, I kind of like the Naruto font. I wonder if I could emulate that in some way. I feel like I know what to do. Let me just try this real quick, okay? Just let me try. I want to try. I'll do this. What the? Oh. All the Borkin. And sorry if anybody's chatting right now. I'm looking at the Naruto font, and so I can't actually read chat. I just checked real quick. Doesn't look like anybody's talking to me. Okay. Well, like I said, I might miss your chat. I am looking at the Naruto font right now and trying to get an idea, because all I see, of course, is Naruto, which, funnily enough, other than the O, that is the only letter in her name that matches. I mean, other than that, though, it's kind of like a squiggly, rocky thing going on, so let's... Yes, wifey. You don't come into this house. You don't come into this house and just demand the things.
We made this plan.
I don't care. I'm sure it's fine, but like, maybe I'll just work on the letter F, and if I like what I do with that, then we can explore further, because what it looks like that they do is man, there's a lot going on. So it looks like they take a dark blue and go and have a border of dark blue. Although this would be on a completely separate layer, to be honest with you. And then they go around with a white. Of course, there's 100% an easier way to do this. I'm just seeing if the general layout is like... And I know what to do, but it's just like I want to see if this actually make... And then... Of course, they have a transitional color phase of going from red to yellow and all that good shit. I mean, I guess not too bad. I mean, obviously this is garbage as far as what I'm making right now. But I think this could work. And of course, we can tonal correct it as well. And we can make it match more of her color scheme and things. And have like a pink yellow, pink orange, or pink blue kind of thing going on. We can do all that. So, okay. We will work on that as far as that is concerned. So I will delete this, delete that. Okay, we only have a little bit to do. We are on our last little stretch. Last little stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Well, me and the wife has just arrived. I have been streaming for 8 hours and 21 minutes. The wife's like, holy shit. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 21 minutes. I have done a job today, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to call it good. I think we have accomplished everything. This is the full illustration. Obviously, I am going to name her. And I'm going to have her name put on here. So yes, not 100% complete. I know. But you will see the finished product on Instagram. I also plan to do a time-lapse video of this whole thing and put up the time-lapse on my Instagram, YouTube, and so you can view it from there. That being said, I truly do appreciate Cool Cat, C to Star, Gabriel. Who else came in today? Uzi. Oh man, Uzi came in. Elijah came in. I appreciate every single one of you that have came in today and talked with me. We had a lot of fun, especially doing some doodles and stuff like that. And it's been incredible. So hopefully you'll join me. Stick around. I have a lot of videos planned. I plan to do a bunch of tutorial videos with tools, coloring, character design and development, how to research an art style. So that way, if you want to adopt an art style, I'll teach you how to do that as well. A lot of things, a lot of things. So make sure you like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and that way you can join me throughout our entire art journey and grow together as artists. So with that being said, this is your host Zipsaw with Zipsaw's Art, and you have yourself a great rest of your wonderful day. Toodles!